Chapter 299. The performance of young Chen had always been in the eyes of the host of the auction house. The host's room was the control center of the entire auction house. Here, he could not only clearly understand the bidding situation of all the auction items, but also know every room he wanted to know. When young Chen paid the spirit stones for the sky measuring ruler, what he took out at the beginning was not a scattered jin of high-grade spirit stones, but a very bright top-grade spirit stone. Then he put it back and took out a pile of scattered spirit stones to pay off. This situation had already fallen into the eyes of the host and several other auction houses. And every time young Chen always bid, this also fully showed that young Chen needed something. After a few rounds of auctions, the impression of a newcomer with a low cultivation base and inexperience but a huge amount of money was successfully imprinted in the eyes of several auction houses. Next to the host, there was a young man who looked very handsome. Like the host, his eyes had been staring at young Chen's movements on the wall. The finale of the auction was the horn of an unknown demonic beast. This horn was very sharp and had the water attribute. After the infusion of spiritual power, even an ordinary flying sword could not withstand a stab and would be immediately pierced. The material was very hard. Fire, water, and flying swords could not even leave a mark on it. However, even the appraiser of the auction house could not tell clearly what kind of monster this horn belonged to. The world was too big. In the 100,000 mountains alone, there were no less than tens of millions of creatures living. Even if the appraiser was knowledgeable, it was impossible to know everything. The only thing that was certain was that this was the horn of a monster at least at the peak of the Yuanying stage, or even higher. It was unknown why it fell off and was obtained by someone. Because the owner could not refine it himself, he could only send it to the auction for spirit stones. Nevertheless, the characteristics of this horn had attracted the attention of many people. The horn was about 2 feet long and was naturally pointed. It did not need to be polished to look like a good flying sword. If the sacrificial refining was successful, it would be a flying sword of a high grade. In the live demonstration, a demon beast at the peak of the gold core realm stretched out his arm, and the beast horn fell 3 feet above his arm without any force. The gold core realm demonic beast's arm was easily pierced by the beast horn, but the beast horn was not damaged in the slightest. The golden core realm beast cultivator was a beast cultivator who often appeared in the demon flame valley. His true form was a thick-skinned rhinoceros with thick skin and flesh. Even a demon cultivator like him was pierced by the beast horn so easily, which indirectly showed how sharp the beast horn was. Subsequently, the flying sword was used to hack at the beast horn, and flames were used to burn it, but none of them were able to damage it at all. Everything proved how powerful this beast horn was. Of course, the auction had clearly stated that if one's cultivation was insufficient, then there was no need to consider it. However, who didn't wish to have a powerful magic weapon? As for the lack of cultivation, no one was born with a high cultivation. At most, he would buy it first and then refine it when his cultivation was high enough. All the previous auction items, the base price was between a few catties to dozens of catties of mid-grade spirit stones, which was hundreds of catties to thousands of catties of low-grade spirit stones. As soon as this beast horn came out, the base price was 1 catty of upper-grade spirit stones, which was the same as the base price of the sky measuring ruler. 2 catties. Young Chen quoted his price almost at the moment when the host quoted the base price. He forcibly increased the price by 1-fold. 2.5 catties. 3 catties. 5 catties. 6 catties. 6.5 catties. 7 catties. 7.5 catties. 8 catties. 9 catties. 9 catties. 9.5 catties. 9.5 catties. 9.5 catties. 9.5 catties. 10 catties. The masters who had been waiting for a long time also began to move. Soon, the price of the beast horn had risen to 10 kilograms of high-grade spirit stones. In the 100,000 mountains, even if it was a nascent soul realm master, it was not easy to take out 10 catties of upper-grade spirit stones, unless it was the strength of the sect. The further it went, the fewer people raised the price, and each increase became 1 or 2 catties. Even so, everyone had to think about it several times before increasing the price. If it was not for the fact that each increase must not be less than 1 or 2 upper-grade spirit stones, The buyers even wanted to use money or such units to bid. One had to know that even if it was 1 catty of upper-grade spirit stones, it meant 1 catty of mid-grade spirit stones. The atmosphere of the auction was getting more and more heated, and it was not known how many buyers in the room were cursing. If it was not for the fact that no one knew who was bidding, and that the auction house was strictly forbidden to make trouble, maybe someone would have rushed to the bidder and fought. Yang Chen also did not expect that this finale item would have such a surprise. Others could not recognize it, but Yang Chen could clearly distinguish that it was clearly a Chilean horn. Ordinary Chilean horns were shaped like deer antlers. This one was not a natural Chilean horn, but after the Chilean fell off, it happened to fall in a turbulent whirlpool, and after thousands of years of erosion, it formed such a shape. The reason why it had the attribute of ninth water, it was estimated that it was because of the erosion of the ninth water for many years that it was contaminated. Such a thing, if he did not encounter it, it would be fine. Since he encountered it, how could Yang Chen let it fall into the hands of others? Seeing that the group of people gradually stopped after the bid reached 10 catties of upper-grade spirit stones, the host had already begun to call 10 catties for the second time, and Yang Chen held the bidding stone and bid again. 11 catties. 11 catties of upper-grade spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? Seeing this new bid, the host was excited on the spot. The increase of 1 catty of spirit stones had already made the host feel that there was no suspense, but Yang Chen suddenly made a move and added 1 catty. How could it not make people excited? He is a junior in the early stage of the foundation stage. There is no way for him to sacrificial refine it. What is he buying it for? The chic young man next to the auction house host frowned, looking at Yang Chen's easy bid, and could not help but ask. It is not too late to sacrificial refine it one day. The host smiled. This kind of question was really too childish, but he had to answer the young man's identity, so he could only perfunctorily say, or he knows some special sacrificial refining method, maybe he can sacrificial refine it. He is young, but his family is rich. The young man stared at Yang Chen on the screen, and said thoughtfully, "Young master, our auction house cannot break the rules, otherwise there will be no place for us in the 100,000 mountains." The host knew what the young man was thinking, and hurriedly reminded him. "Don't worry, I know what to do." The corner of the young man's mouth showed a sneer, staring at Yang Chen displayed on the wall, and slowly said. Chapter 300. An unknown beast horn, although sharp and of good material, was not enough for the people of the 100,000 mountains to pay more than 10 kilograms of upper-grade spirit stones. Almost all the cultivators who came here wanted to break through the realm, and a few came to find materials, but no one would pay for something that could not be sacrificially refined and that they did not know. After Yang Chen bid 11 kilograms of upper-grade spirit stones, the host was silent and waited for the buyers to take action. However, after waiting for a while, no one made a bid that exceeded this price. 11 kilograms, is there a higher bid? 11 kilograms going twice. The host announced the price of 11 kilograms again, but there was still silence waiting for him. Suddenly, the host's face was stunned, as if he had seen something incredible, and then he shouted excitedly, 15 kilograms. 15 kilograms. Is there a higher bid? The sudden increase of 4 kilograms caused an uproar in the entire auction house. 4 kilograms down, that was 40,000 kilograms of lower-grade spirit stones. If used to absorb spiritual power, it was almost enough for a Jedan stage master to use from the early Jedan stage to the peak Jedan stage. This increase was 4 kilograms. Who was so generous? Young master, this. Without paying attention, the young master next to the host directly added 15 kilograms of upper-grade spirit stones, which shocked the host. Even if the previous auctioned things added up, it was only this number of spirit stones. If Yang Chen gave up, the auction house would lose a lot this time. I want to know what this is. The young master stared at the picture of Yang Chen's room on the wall and said nervously. There was a trace of jealousy on his face. Doesn't he have a piece of the best spirit stone? Is he afraid that he can't pay the bill? With his identity as the young master, it was impossible to take out 10 kilograms of upper-grade spirit stones casually, but Yang Chen, a junior in the foundation stage, could easily take out a piece of the best spirit stone. How could this not make the young master crazy? Our appraiser said that the most expensive thing for this thing will not exceed 12 kilograms of upper-grade spirit stones. The host was a little annoyed, but he was the young master, and he was just a shopkeeper. The difference in identity was too great, and there was no way to criticize the young master's behavior. He could only say the highest evaluation. The moment young master opened his mouth, he started to regret it. Why couldn't he help but want to make things difficult for young Chen? Perhaps it was because seeing him casually take out the best quality spirit stones made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. He was a dignified young master, but he had to live a frugal life every day, while the other was strolling around with a top-grade spirit stone. It seemed that it was just pocket money. This strong contrast almost made the young master die of shame. But now, he couldn't help but feel nervous. If young Chen didn't want it, he wouldn't be able to compensate him with so many spirit stones. 20 jin. Before the host could call for the second time, young Chen had already called out a new price without hesitation. It directly doubled the price of 5 catties that everyone had stopped at just now. Boom. This time, it was no longer just exclamations of surprise. Everyone in the auction hall was shocked. Who would be so generous to spend so much money on a beast horn that no one knew how to refine? Could this be some kind of peerless treasure? Everyone was asking around, but the eyes of the auction hall's host had already lit up. Young Chen had only really bid twice. The first time was for the sky measuring ruler, which was bought for 1 catty of top-grade spirit stones. This time, it was even more generous, for 10 catty of top-grade spirit stones. Both times he spent a lot of money, he didn't know what to do or how to do it. Everything about young Chen was full of mysteries. Also, young Chen was young, and his cultivation was low. Where did he get that top-grade spirit stone? All of these seemed to have infinite attraction, which made the host pay attention to young Chen. The young master didn't dare to accept it again. If it really fell into his hands, it would not be worth it. Moreover, he had already made up his mind to find out the secret of the beast horn through other channels. If it was really a peerless treasure, the beast horn would still return to his hands. Young master, no matter what you are planning, you must be careful when you do things. The host also stared at young Chen's figure, but he said, "Don't let anyone know that you did it. We can't break the rules." "I know." When the young master heard the price of 10 catty, he let out a long sigh of relief. Now the host was still so childish, how could he not think of it? After replying impatiently, he immediately got up and went out to call a servant. After giving a few instructions, he came in and sat down. "I have arranged people to keep an eye on it. They will not make a move within 100 miles of Magic Flame Valley." The young master came in and said softly, but it was to reassure the host. When the host heard the young master's words, he didn't have any reaction. He just sat quietly, neither objecting nor disagreeing, as if he didn't hear anything. But the young master knew that this was his attitude. He didn't care about this matter anymore. No one competed with young Chen for the price of 10 catty of top-grade spirit stones. The Chilean horn smoothly fell into the hands of young Chen. When he thought that he actually bought a genuine Chilean horn for a mere 10 catty of top-grade spirit stones, young Chen didn't know whether he should feel lucky or happy. In short, there was a feeling of being hit by a big meat pie from the sky. 21 catty of top-grade spirit stones was already the biggest sum of money in this auction. Young Chen believed that he must have attracted the attention of the auction house. Next, young Chen sat on the fishing platform, waiting for someone to snatch it. Young Chen wasn't sure if someone would make a move, but from the moment he left the auction house, he found that someone had begun to follow him from afar. It was reasonable to say that young Chen wore a cloak of invisibility and looked the same as everyone else, and others couldn't distinguish which was young Chen. However, young Chen still noticed the feeling of being stared at. Thinking about it, there was only one reason that could explain it, and that was, there was a problem with the invisibility cloak provided by the auction house on his body. Those people could recognize him through this cloak. Young Chen, who got the things in his hand, did not stay in the Magic Flame Valley. Like most of the cultivators who got the treasures, he directly went out of the Magic Flame Valley, then set up his flying sword and quickly left. After young Chen's figure flew for more than 10 miles, a group of people followed behind him. The leader was holding a compass, and excitedly followed the direction in which Yang Chen had left, and chased after him. No one noticed that Yang Chen, who seemed to be running away quickly, had a trace of a sneer on his face. Chapter 301. Yang Chen, who seemed to be running away, changed his speed a few times, but no matter if he slowed down or sped up, the people behind him didn't seem to plan to make a move near Magic Flame Valley. After discovering this, Yang Chen also began to leisurely slow down. Of course, at this moment, no one would notice a small snake leaving Yang Chen's body and entering the mountain forest. After a while, another small scorpion also silently left, disappearing into the boundless forest. Seeing that they were about 200 miles away from Magic Flame Valley, Yang Chen keenly sensed that the people behind him seemed to have quickened their pace. When a group of more than 10 people appeared in front of Yang Chen, they were stunned to find that Yang Chen was sitting comfortably on a rock. Behind him, there was a veiled woman who was diligently massaging Yang Chen's shoulders. She didn't even raise her head to look at them. More than a dozen people stopped their flying swords. They seemed to be messy, but they were scattered in a hidden direction, surrounding Yang Chen in the middle in a half-moon shape. There was one more woman. Looking at her cultivation, she seemed to be at the middle gold core stage, which didn't match the situation they had before. However, they had more than 10 people on their side, and the weakest one was at the late gold core stage, so it shouldn't be a problem. This group of people had done this many times. Originally, they thought that 1 or 2 people would be enough to chase after a little guy at the early foundation establishment stage, but to be safe, the young master still sent everyone out. There didn't seem to be any problems, but Yang Chen's confident attitude made people feel somewhat bewildered. Although the dozen or so people surrounded Yang Chen, they were somewhat apprehensive and no one stepped forward. Dao Ba didn't come. The first to speak was Yang Chen, who was sitting there waiting for the group. Looking over, the Dao Ba that the spider spirit mentioned was not among them. Yang Chen couldn't be sure whether these people were from Howie Manor or not, so he tried to trick them. There's no need for Senior Bladescar to deal with a junior like you. Perhaps it was because he was used to being a tyrant here, or perhaps it was a habit, but the leader did not intend to hide anything at all and admitted it generously. All right, as long as you admit it. When Yang Chen heard this, he sneered and asked, "Everyone, what rules do you want? Just say it. You're a straightforward person, so we won't beat around the bush." The leader had never seen such a calm junior. He was a little nervous, but thinking of the absolute advantage on his side, he was not afraid that Yang Chen would play any tricks. "Hand over all your belongings and tell us the purpose of the 2 things you bought at the auction today, and we can let you live." In the eyes of the leader, these words were simply nonsense. How could they let Yang Chen leave alive? However, even if it was easy to snatch spirit stones, it would be troublesome to find out the origins of the 2 items in the auction house. It would be best if they could trick him out of it. If not, they could only capture him first and then torture him. Sure enough, the auction house also has a copy. Yang Chen seemed to have verified a lot of things with a few words, and he no longer pretended to be courteous to these people. As soon as Yang Chen spoke, the leader seemed to notice that the current atmosphere was not right, but he could not figure out where the problem was. Turning his head to look around, several of his companions behind him signaled to him that there was no ambush around. However, Yang Chen's fearless look made the leader unable to get over it. Brush, within a range, suddenly there were 4 more women wearing the same veil as the woman behind Yang Chen. The women behind Yang Chen also stood up, and 5 flying swords began to fly around their bodies. Attack! The 4 women appeared silently, which surprised the leader. He no longer cared about probing and directly ordered them to attack. Everyone was on guard. When the leader gave an order, more than a dozen people immediately attacked the surrounding women. In their minds, 16 against 5, and it was 16 Jedan stage and peak Jedan stage against 5 Jedan stage. The result of this battle was simply obvious. But when they started, they found that it was not the case at all. The 5 women each occupied a position, advancing and retreating, which was obviously a brilliant array. 5 against 16, but they did not fall into a disadvantage at all. They even vaguely surrounded the 16 people in the middle, and they were evenly matched. Yang Chen was still sitting on the rock, looking coldly at the battle in front of him, without saying a word. A group of people wanted to attack young Chen, but they couldn't spare a hand for a while. No one discovered that on the ground in this area, there was a layer of blood-colored vines. During the fighting and moving of the people, a faint red mist, which was almost invisible, filled the battlefield silently. Everyone in the fight soon found that their spiritual power had begun to not listen to them. Under the shock, when they wanted to escape, it was too late. A large piece of red vines directly wrapped all of them, including the 5 women. Woven into an impenetrable net, everyone was entangled in an instant. However, the blood phantom vine seemed to have a mind of its own, bypassing the 5 women, just touching them gently and immediately dispersing. Others were not so lucky. The blood-colored vines almost wrapped the whole body and began to root wildly. The excruciating pain caused 16 people to scream crazily. The 5 women didn't seem to hear it, and still put on a defensive posture, surrounding young Chen and a group of people who had been wrapped in the blood phantom vine. 16 people were lined up by the blood phantom vine, and their blood was sucked dry, and they collapsed in front of young Chen. Young Chen stared at them as if he was staring at a pile of lifeless scum. I really want to know, 2 months ago, did Knife Scar and your young master sneak attack a woman who bought the Red Sun Iron Soul? As soon as he spoke, young Chen went straight to the point, without beating around the bush. Falling into your hands, you can kill or cut, you can do whatever you want. A guy looked tough and shouted loudly, you want us to betray the young master, don't even think about it. As you wish. Young Chen gently snapped his fingers, and the swearing guy was immediately entangled by the blood phantom vine and thrown to the front. In front of everyone's eyes, accompanied by his screams, he became a dry corpse. A group of people looked at each other, but no one dared to speak. They didn't know what kind of ability the young master had. When so many people faced the threat of death, no one gave the confession that young Chen wanted. It seems that I am late. Just as young Chen planned to interrogate them one by one, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 302. Hearing this voice, the group of people lying on the ground were all overjoyed. Young Chen's eyes also turned in the direction of the voice. In the mountain forest over there, all the plants seemed to be pushed away by an invisible big hand, and they were separated to both sides. A sturdy figure, like a leisurely stroll, walked slowly towards this side. Hey, a bunch of waste. Looking at the dozen Jedan stage masters lying on the ground entangled by the blood phantom vine, he snorted coldly. If it weren't for the caution of the young master, you would have missed the young master's big event today. Even if they were threatened by the blood phantom vine, these Jedan stage masters seemed to just scream in pain, but did not show a look of fear. As soon as this person appeared, their faces showed fear. Young Chen stared coldly at the man who appeared, and his eyes focused on the long scar on his face from the left corner of his eye to the right corner of his mouth. Looking at the figure coming step by step, young Chen gritted his teeth and asked, Knife Scar? Junior, I heard that you want to find me. Knife Scar, who came over, did not deny his identity at all, and the scar on his face had already explained everything. What do you want to know? I will fulfill your wish before I die. So, these people are useless. Young Chen's eyes never left the figure of Knife Scar, and with a move of his mind, the blood phantom vine began to crazily suck the dozens of guys entangled. Senior Knife Scar, help! Help! The screams were accompanied by a cry for help, but Knife Scar had no intention of saving people. He looked coldly at the people who were screaming under the havoc of the blood phantom vine. He just snorted coldly, screw up the things of the young master, damn it. Even if you don't kill them, I will kill them. You save me a lot of trouble. After saying this to young Chen, Knife Scar held his hands and watched the blood of his companions, who should have been his companions, being sucked up by the blood phantom vine, but he was indifferent. A blood-colored vine rolled toward Knife Scar, but Knife Scar's body did not move, and suddenly a flame armor appeared on his body. As soon as the vine touched it, it immediately shrank back as if it had met its nemesis. No matter what, it belonged to the Yi wood element. Encountering a fire that could restrain the wood element, it had no choice but to retreat. Good stuff. Young Chen praised. This flame armor was definitely good stuff. From the raging flames on it, it could be seen that this was a protective magic treasure that had fused with the Nanming Li fire. Not only could it defend itself, but the flames of the Nanming Li fire on the armor could also be used to attack enemies. It was indeed a good magic treasure with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Just this magic treasure alone was much more powerful than the magic treasures and flying swords of everyone present added together. Even if Yang Chen was included, none of the Dharma treasures that he could bring out could be on the same level as Knife Scar's Nanming Li fire armor. It was not that they had not been upgraded to high quality, they were still in the raw material stage, or they were not offensive or defensive Dharma treasures at all. Putting everything else aside, just the Nanming Li fire seed that was integrated into the armor was enough to compete with the true Sunfire. And from this magic weapon, Yang Chen immediately judged that the knife scar in front of him was definitely not at the peak of the gold core realm as he had heard from the spider spirit. Nascent soul realm? Yang Chen's gaze turned cold. This was the first nascent soul realm master that Yang Chen had seen since he came to the 100,000 Mountains. This guy had actually succeeded in making almost everyone who knew him think that he was at the peak of the gold core realm. He was really cunning. It was not too difficult to conceal one's cultivation, but now that Knife Scar had actually revealed the Nanming Li fire armor, he presumably did not intend to let Yang Chen leave alive. What surprised Yang Chen was that the spider spirit said that he had seen Knife Scar attack his master with his own eyes. But with Knife Scar's current cultivation, it was impossible for his master to escape from Knife Scar's hands. What was going on? With your foundation establishment realm cultivation and knowledge, your eyesight is not bad. Knife Scar did not make a move directly. He still looked at Yang Chen with his arms crossed, and even praised Yang Chen, so that Yang Chen did not know his intentions. 2 months ago, you took people to attack a woman who bought the red sun iron soul? In any case, Yang Chen must find out who did it. Not to mention that Knife Scar was only in the nascent soul realm, even if he was a master of the Darching stage, as long as Yang Chen confirmed it, he would fight for justice for his master even if he had to give up his life source magic weapon. A little girl from the Chunyang Palace, what's her relationship with you? Knife Scar raised his eyebrows, as if he did not expect Yang Chen to ask about this. But he did not deny it, nor did he conceal it. Instead, he admitted it openly. He even knew that Gao Yu was from the Chunyang Palace. I am Yang Chen, the woman you are chasing is my master. Before Yang Chen came to the 100,000 Mountains, he had already hidden all the things that could prove his identity. In addition, Yang Chen cultivated the Yin-Yang 5 Elements secret art. It was impossible for others to see his sect from his cultivation. Since the other party admitted it generously, Yang Chen did not hide it. However, at this moment, Yang Chen did not seem to have such an unforgettable hatred for Knife Scar. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of gratitude. With the cultivation shown by Knife Scar at the moment, not to mention that Gao Yu was only in the early Jedan stage, even if Gao Yu was in the peak Jedan stage, plus there was a life-saving magic weapon in her hand, it was impossible to escape the pursuit of Knife Scar. If Knife Scar wanted Gao Yu to die, since Gao Yu could still live, it meant that the other party was merciful. Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If Gao Yu didn't meet Knife Scar, and he didn't show mercy, wouldn't Gao Yu cause a fatal disaster because she wanted to refine the flying sword for Yang Chen? This was something that Yang Chen would never want to see. Oh! After beating the big one, the small one came? Knife Scar seemed to be very surprised, especially when he found that Yang Chen was really only in the early foundation establishment stage. He was even more surprised. But it seems that you are much more powerful than your master. At least your master can't beat so many people. I am indebted to you for showing mercy to my master. I am very grateful. Yang Chen solemnly cupped his fists and said to Knife Scar, well said, well said. If you can take things, try not to kill people. You don't have to be particularly grateful. Knife Scar waved his hand and didn't take it seriously. You are the same. Today I am in a good mood. You solved a pile of garbage for me. So, as long as you tell me what the 2 things you auctioned are, what is their use, and then hand over the spirit stones and things, I will spare your life. You hurt my master. If you want things, you have to fight first. Yang Chen didn't mean to give up. With a move of his mind, the 5 women had already rushed up and surrounded Knife Scar in the middle. 5 flying swords flew up and down and launched an attack. Chapter 303. Sword Formation. Knife Scar reacted at a glance. The 5 women advanced and retreated in an orderly manner and cooperated skillfully. It was clearly a brilliant formation. Those guys were not unjustly defeated. But Knife Scar did not put it in his eyes. Being able to subdue a few Jedan stage masters was not necessarily able to compete with a Yuanying stage ancestor. Knife Scar was convinced of this. In the face of the 5 women's attack, Knife Scar did not even release his flying sword. He just clenched his huge fist and launched the Nanming Li fire armor to protect his body and trembled with the 5 women. It had to be said that the power of the 5-way fairy formation was extraordinary. Even if it was only 5 masters in the middle Jedan stage, after cooperating with each other, they could compete with more than a dozen opponents in the peak Jedan stage. However, in the face of a fierce opponent like Knife Scar, it seemed that the sword formation of the 5 women was not enough. Under the attack of Knife Scar's fist, the circle of the 5 women was getting bigger and bigger. Not to mention surrounding Knife Scar, it was already very hard to keep from being injured under Knife Scar's fist at the moment. Knife Scar's fist was very accurate, and each punch hit the flying sword that was attacking. The power of each punch could make the owner of the flying sword tremble. If it weren't for the 5-way fairy formation, the 5 women would advance and retreat together, and all the attacks would be shared equally by the 5 people. If it was one person, they would have already been injured by the sword. Ants are ants. No matter how many ants form a sword formation, they are still ant. Knife Scar threw dozens of punches in a row, and the 5 women's sword formation was expanded several times. Knife Scar was excited, and after laughing for a while, he drove the sword formation and walked towards Yang Chen. Alone against the 5-way fairy formation, and without the flying sword, Knife Scar had at least the cultivation of the middle Yuanying stage. Yang Chen was also secretly happy in his heart. If the cultivation of the 5 women was a little higher, and each of them was in the peak Jedan stage, it would not be so easy for Knife Scar to be so relaxed. Yang Chen couldn't help but complain about Wn Chen, who had become an idiot. Wn Chen is really bad at teaching. For such a long time, I don't know how many people's things have been stolen, but she only brought her disciple to the middle Jedan stage. However, when Knife Scar walked over, Yang Chen was not afraid at all. He stared at Knife Scar's face and suddenly made a hand gesture. If a few little girls can't do it, how about adding me? Shi Kuei's rough voice sounded from behind Knife Scar. Dao Ba was shocked. Someone had silently appeared behind him, and he didn't even know. How was this possible? He turned around abruptly and saw Shi Kuei's huge fist coming at him. Boom! 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 The fists of Shi Kuei and Dao Ba continuously collided against each other, creating a soul-stirring sound. Shi Kuei's true form was that of a 1,000-meter-long viper. He had a huge body and boundless strength. When he met Dao Ba's fists, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The two of them began to exchange fists within the Pentacloud fairy formation. The 5 women finally did not have to directly face the tyrannical power of Knife Scar. 5 flying swords were quickly released and they began to attack around Knife Scar's figure. Although Knife Scar had the Nanming Li fire armor to protect his body, he did not want to rely on the armor to protect his body. Every time the flying sword was about to reach his body, Knife Scar would still separate a punch and hit the flying sword. However, he had no extra power to attack the 5 women, and he was about to face Shi Kuei's next fist. The 2 Yuanying stage masters and the Pentacloud fairy formation were entangled, but the surrounding mountains and forests suffered. The sword formation of the 5 women was originally known for its speed. It only took a while to spread out the formation, and the trees and rocks that might block their bodies had been cut into pieces by their swords. After a while, the area had become barren. Shi Kuei and Knife Scar, the explosion of spiritual power when they exchanged fists made the entire ground seem to have been ravaged by thunder. There were pits everywhere, and it was horrible to look at. It was strange to say that the methods of the Yuanying stage masters were unknown, but Knife Scar actually accompanied Shi Kuei to exchange fists here. Shi Kuei was reluctant to take it out because his fangs had not yet been refined into a magic weapon, but what was the reason for Knife Scar? However, Knife Scar alone against Shi Kuei and the 5 women, but he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. This has fully explained that Shi Kuei's cultivation base was not as good as Knife Scar. Shi Kuei was furious, he roared again and again, and the 5th Earth True Essence began to be launched. With a punch, even if Knife Scar's body was covered with the Nanming Li fire armor, he did not dare to take it head-on, and he retreated again and again. After retreating a few steps in succession, Knife Scar also showed his fierceness. His face changed, and the overwhelming pressure suddenly covered everyone. In his expectation, Yang Chen should be unconscious immediately, and the 5 women would not be able to play the role of the sword formation normally because they were suppressed, and he could deal with Shi Kuei alone. What Knife Scar did not expect was that Yang Chen was still sitting far away on the other side of the mountain rock, watching the battle 100 feet away, as if nothing had happened. Even the speed of the 5 women's formation did not slow down at all, and they were still attacking fiercely. No matter how hard Knife Scar thought about it, he couldn't figure out why. Since when could the pressure of a Yuanying stage ancestor be ignored by a few juniors in the middle Jedan stage and the juniors in the early Foundation establishment stage? Knife Scar, who was really angry, finally brought out his real skills, at least in Yang Chen's view. In the previous attacks, Knife Scar did not carry a murderous aura, but now he made a move, but with a hint of ruthlessness, he wanted to kill the opponent. Whoosh, a pale red flying sword flew out of Knife Scar's body and instantly blocked the sword formation of the 5 women. Subsequently, on Knife Scar's fist, a spirit light began to condense and collided with Shi Kuei's 5th Earth True Essence on the opposite side. With each punch, the ground under the feet of the 2 people sank a little, as if being pounded by a huge hammer. The figures of the 2 people were getting faster and faster, turning into 2 streams of light. The 5-direction fairy formation seemed to be unable to trap the 2 people. Good, I haven't had such a good fight for a long time. Knife Scar's voice came from the break in the fierce fight, and it seemed to have a hint of hearty joy. However, you are not my opponent, and these little girls are not my opponents. How about adding me? Outside the circle, suddenly there was a strange voice, which made Knife Scar suddenly nervous again. When did the Yuanying stage masters also appear in pairs? Or was he supporting this junior in the foundation stage? Chunyang Palace was not so powerful, right? What was more terrifying was that this master actually appeared silently, and no one knew where he was before. Xie Shuo appeared directly in her original form. Although the huge sand scorpion was not a few 100 feet in size, it was also a few feet in radius. After becoming smaller, the sand scorpion's carapace seemed to be a bit stronger. The huge claws were unreasonably cut directly at Knife Scar's waist, and the poisonous stinger on the tail was like a sharp blade, stabbing straight at Knife Scar. Chapter 304. Another nascent soul stage monster? Scar was taken aback. Just now when Shi Kuei used his human form to fight with him, he could still gain the upper hand because Shi Kuei did not have a powerful magic weapon for the time being. But now that Xie Shuo had restored his original form, he used his advantage to the fullest, and Scar immediately felt the pressure. The carapace on Xie Shuo's body was strengthened by the 5th Earth True Essence. Even if Scar's flying sword slashed on it, it could only leave a white mark and could not penetrate it at all. For a time, there was a clanking sound, but it was Scar's flying sword that slashed dozens of times on Xie Shuo's body, but it could do nothing to Xie Shuo's strong shell. In addition to being able to block Xie Shuo's attack, it could not hurt Xie Shuo at all. There was also Shi Kuei who kept bombarding on the side. As a last resort, Scar was also forced to show his true skills. The Nanming Li fire armor shone brightly, quickly forming several flame swords around Scar's body, and began to fight back frantically. With the 5th Earth True Essence protection, the flames of the Nanming Li fire couldn't hurt Xie Shuo and Shi Kuei, but the 2 of them couldn't get any advantage. In particular, Scar's several flame swords also seemed to be a sword array, flying up and directly enveloping the 2 of them. Shi Kuei shouted and also showed his original form. It was also a condensed figure, a huge viper with a length of more than 10 feet. It rushed to Scar with its sharp fangs and rushed up. In this way, Xie Shuo and Shi Kuei's combat effectiveness almost doubled. They had only been in human form for a short time, and they couldn't exert their full combat effectiveness in the state of human form. Changing back to their original form, relying on the instinct of thousands of years, they immediately reversed some of the decline. At this moment, the 5 women could no longer intervene in the battle circle. Even if the spiritual power that escaped from the battle of the 3 nascent soul stage masters was enough to hurt the 5 women. Under the control of Yang Chen, the 5 women had already stood beside Yang Chen, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Scar was getting more and more energetic. The 8 flame swords flew up and down around his body, blocking all the attacks of Xieshuo and Shi Kuei while also counterattacking. Another flying sword was like a poisonous snake, flying behind the 2 of them, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Even in a 1 versus 2 situation, Scar did not show any signs of losing. Such a powerful strength made Yang Chen very puzzled. Could it be that he didn't want to kill after robbing, so he let his master go? With the strength shown by Knife Scar, he could kill Gao Yu on the spot with just 1 blow. This Dao Ba must be someone with a story. Yang Chen came to this conclusion. Then, with a thought, Wen Chen disappeared from the domed hall without anyone noticing and appeared above the battle circle of the 3. Then, without saying a word, he controlled the flying sword to slash at Scar's head. In the midst of the fight, a killing intent descended from the sky. Scar instantly sensed danger. His flying sword met the attack head-on. Only after blocking the attack did he have the leisure to observe who was above him. Another Yuanying stage master? Knife Scar had begun to be shocked. When did the Yuanying stage masters of the 100,000 mountains become so worthless? They actually formed a group to support a junior in the foundation establishment stage. At the moment when he saw Wen Chen's figure, Knife Scar had already determined that Wen Chen and Yang Chen were in the same group. Wen Chen's dress was exactly the same as the women around Yang Chen. The same dress, the same black veil covering her face, the only difference was her cultivation base. Wen Chen was also in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. As soon as Wen Chen appeared, the scene suddenly changed. Yang Chen couldn't fully control Wen Chen, so he could only use simple hypnosis. Under the direct order, Wen Chen did not care about her own safety at all. She attacked with all her strength, with a desperate posture. Shi Kuei and Xieshuo also realized that Wen Chen was their helper, so the 2 of them used their huge bodies to block the attack on Wen Chen, so that Wen Chen could attack with all her strength. Although the 3 of them had not cooperated much, at this moment, their cooperation was seamless. In the face of such a difficult opponent, Knife Scar's true strength finally showed. With a loud roar, a few formation flags suddenly spread out from his body and quickly fell to the ground. As soon as the formation flags fell to the ground, the entire space was filled with a thick smoke, enveloping everyone's figure in it. His eyes couldn't see anything, and even his spiritual awareness was somewhat affected. These formation flags were simply used to block the feeling. As soon as the formation came out, Shi Kuei, Xieshuo, and Wen Chen's offensive immediately slowed down. At the same time, he controlled 9 flying swords, a sword formation, a single flying sword, and also controlled the formation flags, plus he was fighting against 3 Yuanying stage masters at the same time, but he did not fall. Knife Scar's cultivation base, at this time in the eyes of Yang Chen, had risen to the late Yuanying stage. Yang Chen was thinking about how to communicate with this Knife Scar, but one of the spiritual awareness threads scattered around was slightly shocked, and he noticed a strange spiritual awareness. Who was it? He was actually spying with his spiritual awareness not far away. Yang Chen was shocked, and he could no longer pay attention to the battle in the middle. A trace of spiritual awareness followed the strange spiritual awareness and traced back to the owner of the spiritual awareness. The spiritual awareness was extremely subtle. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's cultivation of the 3 purities secret art, it would be impossible to detect it. And this was because the other party may have some fluctuations because of the formation flags or the fierce battle, so it was discovered by Yang Chen. Before, Yang Chen didn't notice it at all. The divine sense came from a big tree a few thousand feet away. It was unknown how many years this huge Osmanthus tree had lived in the 100,000 mountain range. It was thick enough for several people to wrap their arms around it, but its crown was not high. Looking from above, it was not eye-catching at all. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, it would be impossible to discover the thickness of the Osmanthus tree. When ordinary people's spiritual awareness swept over, they would definitely think that this was just an ordinary forest. This was a Osmanthus tree demon. It was a plant, and it was born with the ability to hide its aura. It was even better than the viper. It was normal that others couldn't find it. Yang Chen's heart moved, and the beast-controlling secret art was directly launched. When the spiritual awareness and the other party's spiritual awareness touched, a thought passed over Senior. Are we hindering Senior? Oh! The Osmanthus tree demon seemed to be very surprised, but it immediately returned to normal. A powerful spiritual awareness directly merged with the spiritual awareness sent by Yang Chen, and then flashed away, leaving only a trace of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. Little calf. Interesting. How did you transform into a human form? Senior, this junior has a transformation secret art. I can do it after cultivating it. The spiritual awareness was sent out. Yang Chen didn't even mention the conditions and directly sent the transformation secret art over. Since you call me senior, it's not good for this old man to take your things for free. The Osmanthus tree demon accepted it directly, and then sent a thought: how about this old man help you take down your opponent? Chapter 305. How about it? Of course, Yang Chen was happy, but he still felt that there was something hidden in it, and couldn't help but remind the armor on that person's body has Nanming Li fire. You have to be careful, I want him alive. No problem. The Osmanthus tree monster immediately agreed, and at the same time ordered Tell the girl with the metal attribute to get out of the way. This request was a bit inexplicable, but Yang Chen did not hesitate, and directly issued an order. Wen Qian immediately flew out of the battle group, and without thinking about it, she flew directly to Yang Chen's side. Before she reached Yang Chen's side, she seemed to have touched the dome of the medicine garden and entered the hall alone. The remaining 3 people in the battle group did not know why Yang Chen would call back the master Wen Qian, but at the moment everyone was fighting fiercely, and no one would care. The momentum of the battle of the 4 Yuanying stage masters had already alarmed the surrounding hundreds of miles. But no one dared to come over to see what was going on, for fear of getting into trouble. They just looked at the movement here from a distance of hundreds of miles, guessing what had happened. The people of the Magic Flame Valley also discovered the crazy atmosphere here, and everyone had a serious face. The battle was so close to the Magic Flame Valley, and it was still at this level. At a glance, it was obvious that there were several masters of the Yuanying stage. What happened that made them so angry? While the people in the distance were guessing, Yang Chen was also guessing what method the Osmanthus tree monster was going to use to deal with Knife Scar. However, this question did not make Yang Chen puzzled for long, and he immediately saw the answer. A whole mountain peak, hundreds of feet away from the battle group of several people, suddenly flew up from the ground. It was as if someone had uprooted it from the ground. The gigantic mountain peak brought along the shattered mountain rocks and scattered soil. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them as it smashed down from the sky towards the 3 people who were fighting. Yang Chen saw clearly that under the mountain peak, there were countless intertwined thick roots. There was no need to ask, that was the roots of the old Osmanthus tree monster. The old tree demon actually used the power of his roots to directly uproot a mountain and then smashed it towards the battle. The 3 of them did not expect such a turn of events at all. By the time they discovered that the mountain was already above their heads, it was already too late to dodge. They could only use their own methods to resist the pressure of Mount Tai. Boom! A huge sound rang out. Suddenly, a mountain peak appeared where the 3 of them were fighting, forming a new small mountain. Yang Chen wasn't worried that Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo would suffer any injuries. Both of them were Earth-attributed demon beasts. So, they would be safe and sound even if a mountain peak that was 100 times higher than this one came crashing down. Especially after they had refined the 5th Earth True Essence. On the other hand, Scar wasn't feeling so good. Before the array flag could be retrieved, it was smashed into smithereens. Just as he used the Earth Escape technique, he suddenly discovered that the surrounding rocks were actually filled with countless tough roots that resembled underground dragons, surrounding his shelter. Even if Nanming Li fire was sacrificed, those roots didn't seem to care at all and slowly shrank. After a while, Scar's shelter space was getting smaller and smaller. Finally, there was only enough space for him to stand, and he couldn't move. The Nanming Li fire burned the tree roots, but the tree roots secreted a special juice. No matter how the fire burned, the tree roots remained intact. At this point, Knife Scar understood that he had encountered a powerful master, and could only give up struggling in vain. He honestly let the roots entangle him, and took him out of the bottom of the mountain and sent him to Yang Chen. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo had returned to their human forms and were standing beside Yang Chen, looking at all this in doubt. Yang Chen explained it clearly in one sentence: I met a senior of the demon clan. Since the old tree demon had already made his move, Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo soon discovered the body of the old tree demon. Plants sometimes lived much longer than animals. With the cultivation of this Osmanthus tree demon, even at their age, it was not too much to call him a senior. When did Chunyang Palace have such a powerful monster? Scar was sent to Yang Chen. His body was entangled with roots, but he was not unconscious. Except that he couldn't move, his speech and consciousness were very casual. At this moment, he had no intention of fighting, but he asked in confusion. Someone saw you chasing my master and hitting her hard. What do you say? Yang Chen asked sharply. The spider said that Scar had hit his master once. Even if Scar had a story, Yang Chen would not let him go easily. If I hadn't sent her far away with that blow, she would have fallen into the hands of the young master and been humiliated to death. Scar still did not give in at this point. He just snorted coldly, but although the tone was tough, the content of the words was already an explanation. Yang Chen believed this. With Scar's cultivation base, Shi Kuei, Xie Shuo, and Wen Qian, the three masters of the Yuanying stage, if he wanted to kill Jiao Yu, it was simply a matter of stretching his fingers. Even if he wanted to capture her, he was afraid that it would be the same. There was no need to pretend to be mediocre and let her go. In this way, Scar still saved Jiao Yu's life. After Yang Chen weighed it, he sent a thought to the old Osmanthus tree demon senior: please let him go. Aren't you afraid that he will do it immediately after he lets go? The old Osmanthus tree demon replied with a smile. Yang Chen's heart moved, and he sent an invitation to the old Osmanthus tree demon. This younger generation junior has an excellent place for discussion. Is the senior interested in listening together? It doesn't matter, where is it? The old tree demon was bold, and he was not afraid of what Yang Chen would do, so he agreed directly. Yang Chen opened the dome hall and enveloped everyone in it. The body of the old tree demon also entered directly. Everyone, don't move around to avoid being attacked. Yang Chen reminded. In fact, there was no need for Yang Chen to remind them. The 49 best flying swords flying high above their heads had alerted everyone. Wen Qian and her apprentices came here as if they were going home. Without saying anything, they sat on the ground and began to cultivate, regardless of anything. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo also entered the dome hall for the first time. They were very curious and looked around, but no one moved under their feet. The old tree demon had directly released the roots that wrapped around Scar. In just a moment, he turned into a little man with hands and feet, but he was still heavy in the shape of a big tree, and he looked around curiously. Obviously, after such a short time, his transformation secret art had already reached a small success. Your master was ordered by the young master of Howie Villa to kill him, not only for the money, but also for the person. Scar seemed to have no intention of doing it again. He stood in the same place, looked at Yang Chen, and said directly, if you want to touch Howie Villa, I can help you. Chapter 306. I will definitely eradicate Howie Villa, but you are the #1 fighter of the young master, why? Yang Chen was not a person who was easy to deceive. Knife Scar actually said such a thing. If there was no reasonable reason, Yang Chen did not mind killing him on the spot. I have a grudge against Howie Villa. I sneaked into Howie Villa to destroy Howie Villa one day. Knife Scar didn't hesitate to state his reason. I'm afraid that the old thief recognized my appearance and disfigured himself. He hid his cultivation and became his son's henchman, causing trouble everywhere for him. I just want to attract experts to come and take revenge. These words were somewhat reasonable. Before, Yang Chen had already heard about the behavior of the group of people from Howie Villa from various channels. Almost everyone in the Magic Flame Valley knew that they would rob, kill, and kill people. At first, Young Chen thought that the young master of Howie Villa was arrogant, so he spread his notoriety. After listening to Knife Scar's words, it seemed that Knife Scar was adding fuel to the fire. Thinking of the matter of Knife Scar letting his master Gao go at the critical moment of life and death, Young Chen seemed to understand that Knife Scar deliberately exposed his own characteristics, and then let people go at the critical moment. After that, there would always be people coming to the door. This was Knife Scar's plan. Your cultivation base is almost at the peak Yuanying stage. Can't you avenge the destruction of Howie Villa directly? Young Chen asked strangely. I don't seem to have heard of any master of the Darching stage coming from Howie Villa. You don't know. Knife Scar seemed to have determined that Young Chen's cultivation base was the lowest, but he was the person in charge here. He had been facing Young Chen and explained the master of Howie Villa has 4 brothers. They are all masters of the peak Yuanying stage. I am not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight, but they have a kind of combination formation that is very powerful. That is the demon subduing 4 symbols formation passed down by the ancestors of Howie Villa. The 4 brothers together are enough to match a master of the Darching stage. Dao Ba gave a series of explanations, not concealing anything at all. I've tried it once. Under the joint attack of their array formation, I could only hold on for less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have died in the array. So you want to use their young master's bad reputation to attract experts to seek revenge? Young Chen was very confused about this. He asked again, you must have done this more than once or twice. Why are the people of Howie Manor still alive? Although that young master is a playboy, he's not brainless. Dao Ba was a bit discouraged as he said, every time I make a move, I will find out whether the opponent has a powerful backer or not. Otherwise, I won't easily make a move. This time, I was responsible for investigating your master. I knew that she was from Chunyang Palace, so I hid it and led you here. When he spoke up to here, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in Scar's eyes. If you can help me eliminate Howie Manor and help me take revenge, I, Scar, am willing to give up my life to repay you. Scar could already see that although Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were slightly weaker than him, the 2 demonic beasts' bodies were so strong that even his Nanming Li fire couldn't do anything to them. The old tree demon who captured him was even more terrifying. He subdued him with a simple move. If the old tree demon took action, he would definitely be able to kill the 4 masters of Howie Manor. Even without the old tree demon, the domed hall that he was in right now was also an impressive sword array. The 49 flying swords were all of the immortal grade. One could imagine the powerful attack power of the sword array. There was hope for this move to settle the hatred of so many years. Scar even couldn't wait. He had sacrificed himself to take revenge, suffered humiliation, and had to listen to the young master's orders. He couldn't bear it anymore. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he was eager to seize it. Although you let my master go, her previous injuries are also related to you. Young Chen stared at Scar's eyes and said fiercely, what should we do about that? As long as you help me take revenge, when Howie Manor disappears, I will compensate your master with my life. Scar's hatred had obviously filled his entire life. Revenge was his only goal in life. As for what would happen in the future, he probably didn't think much about it. Scar's situation reminded Young Chen of himself. In his previous life, he was the same as Dao Ba, living to take revenge. Even in this life, he still hadn't let go of this thought. However, God gave him a chance to start over. Apart from revenge, Young Chen also wanted to make his master's life better. Young Chen could understand this kind of feeling. After pondering for a moment, Young Chen made a decision. Even if you don't say it, I will still kill my way to Howie Manor. This is not to take revenge for you, but for my master. When Scar heard this, he immediately revealed a happy expression. When he was about to speak, he was stopped by Young Chen. However, since you hurt my master, I want you to come to my master, kowtow and apologize, and do 3 things for my master. Can you do it? This was simply an unexpected surprise. How could Scar not agree? He nodded repeatedly and was so excited that he almost couldn't say anything. He rubbed his fists and was about to leave immediately, but he still remembered what Young Chen said. He couldn't move easily here, so he stood firmly on the spot, but the expression on his face was already extremely anxious. Yang Chen turned to the old cassia tree demon and said to the old cassia tree demon, who was slowly changing, "Senior, this younger generation junior wants to ask the senior to help me. After the matter is done, this younger generation junior will give you a wood clone secret art. Clone technique." The old tree demon's transformation technique was very fast. After a while, he could already speak, but his words were a little stiff. "What is that?" Wood elemental demonic beasts like Senior can take root in a safe place, and their clones can move freely. Yang Chen simply replied, "As long as the body is not destroyed, even if the clone is killed, it will not hurt you." The old tree demon immediately realized the power of Yang Chen's clone technique. Without thinking about it, he nodded directly. "Deal. When do we start?" "Senior, please wait a moment." Yang Chen dealt with the old tree demon and turned to face Scar. Hearing that Yang Chen had gotten the support of the old tree demon, Scar was overjoyed. When Yang Chen faced him, Scar's surprised expression was overflowing. "Scar, if I teach you a method that can help you break the 4 symbols demon subduing formation alone and kill the enemy by yourself." Yang Chen almost said it in a tempting tone, "However, after the matter is done, I want you to have a wisp of the Nanming Li fire. Are you willing to?" "Deal." How could Scar not be willing? When he heard Yang Chen's words, he almost jumped up in surprise. He clenched his fists and cracked them, showing his excitement. Chapter 307. Howie Villa was huge and had a radius of a few hundred acres. Including servants and guards, there were almost a few thousand people. In the middle of the night, a few figures suddenly appeared about 10 miles away from Howie Villa. "Senior, can you cover the entire villa?" Yang Chen looked at Howie Villa, which was obviously protected by a formation, and asked the old Osmanthus tree demon beside him. "It's just a few hundred acres. If I spread my roots, a bigger villa can also cover it." The old tree demon looked like an old man with a long beard. He wore mottled clothes and looked like a destitute old man. As the old tree demon spoke, his feet seemed to suddenly step on the ground. Then, Yang Chen and the rest felt a crazy movement underground. After a while, the old tree demon still stood at the same spot and smiled. "All right, I can guarantee that no one can escape. You guys can do it." The old tree demon had lived for many years. Even Yang Chen couldn't judge the depth of his cultivation. However, Yang Chen never doubted the old tree demon's words. "Knife Scar, there are grievances and grievances. Take revenge. I don't care about the others, but you can't touch one person." Yang Chen instructed Knife Scar and specially reminded him. "The young master who plotted against my master is mine." Knife Scar, who had been holding back for a long time, suddenly released a blood-red light from his eyes. The Nanming Li fire armor on his body suddenly shone brightly. 8 flaming long swords began to circle around him. He shouted at Howie Villa in the distance, then his body turned into a stream of light and rushed in. Behind Yang Chen, Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were also looking forward to it. When Yang Chen came, he said that he would bring them to kill people. They didn't feel good after not releasing their killing intent for a long time. "Martial granduncles, there are no innocent people in Howie Villa. You can kill them at will." Yang Chen had already understood that there were no innocent people in Howie Villa. Yang Chen did not feel any pressure at all. "However, young master cannot snatch it from me." Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo laughed heartily and reverted to their original forms. Then, they quickly rushed towards the manor from 2 different directions. Not long after, waves of screams came from within the villa. There were already countless panicked cries for help. A few of them quickly fled Howie Manor on their flying swords. However, before they could fly for more than a kilometer, they were caught by a huge root that came out of nowhere and thrown back into the manor. Yang Chen looked coldly at everything that was happening in front of him. Suddenly, he said loudly, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Young master, how dare you plot to kill my master? Today, I will take your worthless life." With that, Yang Chen strode towards the gate of the villa, not caring whether the people inside heard him or not. After taking a few steps, several blood-colored branches sprouted from his body. Under the illumination of the distant flames, He looked like a monster covered in tentacles. There were many people in the villa, and there were many masters. Soon, Yang Chen heard the sound of fighting. However, it was mainly concentrated in the central area, and from a distance, he could see the Nanming Li fire sword shining in the air. It seemed that Knife Scar had already fought with the 4 masters. Behind Yang Chen, the figures of the 5 women suddenly appeared, and directly rushed in the direction of the manor. Yang Chen himself stood on the avenue at the main entrance of the villa, quietly waiting for someone to fall into the trap. He could not escape in the air, and there were powerful enemies in the other 3 directions. Only Yang Chen was standing at the front door. There were always people who wanted to escape from Yang Chen. In Howie Villa, there were no other Yuanying stage masters except for the 4 masters. Yang Chen and the Blood Phantom Vine were enough to deal with the rest. What's more, there was a Yuanying stage master, Wan Qian, who was hiding in the dome and ready to attack at any time. Wan Qian only knew how to obey orders, but she could not take the initiative to judge anything. Yang Chen was afraid that Wan Qian would kill the young master, so he did not send her out, but just guarded here. The people who escaped from the front door could not get past Yang Chen at all. Even before they could see Yang Chen's face clearly, they had been knocked out by the poisonous mist released by the Blood Phantom Vine, and then they were dragged by the vines on the ground to Yang Chen at night. As long as it was not the young master Yang Chen was looking for, Yang Chen was always very easy to use those people as nourishment for the Blood Phantom Vine. In less than half an hour, there were already hundreds of people who died in front of Yang Chen. Finally, the terrifying killing in the villa made everyone feel fear, and a group of people rushed out of the main entrance with more than a dozen figures. Protect the madam, protect the young master. Several obvious henchmen, distributed around a few men and women in the middle, rushed out. Seeing the figure of Yang Chen from a distance, several guys immediately rushed up. Hearing the words madam and young master, Yang Chen's face immediately showed a smile. After waiting for a long time, waiting for this young master, he finally fell into the hands of Yang Chen. Kill him. Seeing Yang Chen standing in the middle of the road blocking the way out, the young master was furious and shouted at his guards. There were powerful enemies in several directions in the villa, and he didn't know where these enemies came from. What shocked the young master was that one of them was actually his number 1 lackey, Dao Ba. He didn't know how Dao Ba hid his strength, but he actually had the strength of the nascent soul stage, and was evenly matched with his father and 3 uncles. The master of the villa had noticed that something was wrong, and in the fight with Scar, he sent a message to let them escape. There was an emergency secret passage in the villa, but the moment they entered, they found that the secret passage had been destroyed. They wanted to use the earth escape technique, but they were always blocked by something. As for the wood escape technique, it would be strange if someone could escape from the old tree demon. Other than running out normally, there was no other way. The furious young manor master had just shouted that he would kill him when he suddenly discovered to his shock that his bodyguard, who seemed to be very good at bullying others, was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow in front of the figure who was standing there. A few of them had just rushed up, but it was as if they were swept up by some monster, and then they screamed crazily and turned into dried corpses. Such a horrifying scene made the young master's heart break. Just as he was about to retreat, he heard Yang Chen's terrifying voice, which contained the joy of discovering an enemy. Young master, since you've come out, don't think about going back. You, who are you? The young master was almost crying. What grudge do you have with Howie Villa that you have to do this? Chapter 308. Even a fool could see at this moment that Yang Chen was blocking the main entrance, and it was obvious that he was the person in charge. The young master had never seen Yang Chen, let alone offended him. There was no grievance or hatred between them. Why would Yang Chen come to kill him? Young master, you are really forgetful. Yang Chen smiled. 2 months ago, didn't young master send someone to attack a gold core female cultivator? He also robbed her of the red sun iron soul. Young master forgot it so quickly. Presumably, young master is used to killing people and robbing them, right? Who is that woman to you? The young master was shocked and understood that he had kicked an iron plate. But how did he know that the gold core female cultivator would have such a terrible background as Yang Chen? She is my master. Yang Chen seemed to want to let the young master die, and said slowly, "How is it possible?" The young master shouted like a madman, "She is not your opponent at all, how could she be your master? Why is it impossible?" Yang Chen smiled slightly, took back the blood phantom vine, and faced the young master and his party alone. Without the blood phantom vine, everyone could immediately detect Yang Chen's cultivation. However, the result surprised everyone. Early stage of foundation establishment, how was it possible? Which of the guards who had just rushed out was not a gold core master? Just when everyone was stunned, a woman behind the young master suddenly shouted, and a flying sword went straight to Yang Chen. Ding, a clear sound, the flying sword was blocked by another flying sword from nowhere. Then, a masked figure appeared behind Yang Chen, like a swift cheetah, and rushed to the crowd on the young master's side. The woman who had just attacked was grabbed by the throat by the masked woman, and then flew high. Her neck was broken in the air, and her head was separated from her body. The sound of heads and bodies hitting the ground made everyone shiver in fear. After doing all this, the ferocious masked woman rushed back behind Yang Chen and disappeared in an instant, as if she had never appeared. The young master's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A junior in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm actually had so many powerful bodyguards by his side. Any one of them seemed to be at the nascent soul stage. How could he not feel regret? What kind of deity did he provoke? I am willing to compensate for your loss. I will return that Crimson Sun Iron Soul to you. The young mana master's voice trembled. He took out a large pile of items from his cosmos sack as if he had gone crazy. These are all for you. Let me go, let me go. What he could not deny was that the young mana master had taken out quite a lot of good stuff from his cosmos sack. At least, with just a glance, Yang Chen could see a few materials that were not inferior to the flaming sun metal soul. However, could this make Yang Chen's anger disappear? Looking at those things contemptuously, Yang Chen's face showed a sarcastic smile. If I kill you, these things are not mine. You haven't killed me after such a long time. You must want to keep me alive. Although the young mana master's voice was still filled with panic, he seemed to have found something to rely on. He hurriedly tried to curry favor with him. What do you want? Tell me. As long as I can take it out, I will give it to you. I will tell you everything you want to know. Don't kill me. Smart. A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face and he praised him. You actually know what I want from you by keeping you alive. Tell me, tell me. The young mana master immediately revealed a happy expression. As long as you ask, I will give you everything I have. Actually, I don't need anything from you. Yang Chen shook his head calmly and continued, You can't give me what I need. Then why don't you do it? The young mana master revealed a fearful expression again. He sounded like he was about to cry again. You must have a purpose. You must have a purpose. Tell me. The reason why I am not doing it now. Yang Chen stared at the frightened men and women and said quietly, I just want you to see the destruction of Howie Manor before you die. What? The young mana master, who heard Yang Chen's words, felt his legs go soft and he sat on the ground. The women behind him also began to cry. The massacre in Howie Manor seemed to be coming to an end. There were very few screams. The loudest sound was the battle between Knife Scar and the 4 mana masters. Amidst the rumbling sounds, 100 acres of land inside Howie Manor had been flattened. Impossible. The young mana master shouted loudly. My father and several uncles joined hands to form the 4 symbols demon subduing formation. Even if a Mahayana stage expert came, he would not be able to deal with it. It is impossible for him to destroy Howie Manor. Once my father and the rest kill your people, you will not be able to escape. Even though he knew that Yang Chen wanted to kill him, the young mana master unleashed a powerful aura and threatened Yang Chen instead. Let us go now and I can make the decision to pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, we will all perish together. My father and the rest will not let you go. You and the people behind you will all die. As if he was making a prophecy, the 5 people fighting in the center of Howie Manor had already come to an end when the young mana master finished speaking. Amidst the violent rumbling sounds, a blinding light flickered continuously. Then, with a wave of flaming swords, a few figures were thrown out and landed not far away from the crowd. There were 4 figures in total. All of them were charred black and started to disintegrate the moment they touched the ground. By the time they landed on the ground, they had already turned into pieces of meat. However, the young manor master and the women behind him screamed when they saw the familiar figures. Then, they started to cry loudly. It was clearly the bodies of the 4 manor masters, but they had been cut into pieces. Knife Scar's figure appeared immediately after. When he saw the people in front of young Chen, he laughed and said, "There are still survivors. Go to hell." He rushed over directly. Before the young manor master turned around, he heard a series of screams. When he turned around, he saw a ground full of corpses. Finally, Knife Scar remembered that the young manor master belonged to young Chen, so he didn't touch him. As soon as these people died, there were no other voices in Howie Manor. After a while, Shi Kuei, Xie Shuo, and the 5 women surrounded them from several directions. Shi Kuei showed a satisfied expression as he walked, and so did Xie Shuo on the opposite side. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Yang Chen took a few steps forward and walked in front of the young manor master. "Young manor master, if you dare to touch my master, you will die 100 times. Go to hell." After that, the flying sword in his hand flashed, and the head of the young manor master flew directly. Then, Yang Chen grabbed the hair bun with one hand and held it in his hand. Blood was still dripping from the neck of the severed head. Chapter 309. Howie Villa was directly razed to the ground. Knife Scar did not let go of any of his enemies. The entire villa was surrounded by the old tree demon, and no one escaped. The head of the young master was kept by Yang Chen. He wanted to take it back to his master to vent his anger. But the mess here in Howie Villa still needed someone to clean it up. It was impossible for the corpses of thousands of people and the belongings of thousands of people to disappear with the death of the people. Therefore, under the proposal of Knife Scar, Yang Chen and others began a grand sharing meeting. Over the years, the people of Howie Villa had really robbed a lot of good things in the innumerable huge mountains. The young master alone had robbed at least several high-grade materials and magic weapons worth several top-grade spirit stones in just 10 years, not to mention the 4 brothers who were more greedy than him. Yang Chen's sword case needed a large number of flying swords to enrich it. He was not polite and directly asked for all the flying swords that could be collected. In addition, Yang Chen did not let go of the Red Sun Iron Soul, which Gao had worked hard to find for Yang Chen. He had to get it no matter what. The rest was divided equally among everyone. Howie Villa was rich and overbearing, and the things they found filled hundreds of ordinary Chenkuan bags. In the end, no one was in the mood to refuse each other. They directly divided it equally according to the number of Chenkuan bags. No one suffered a loss, and no one took advantage. In the end, Knife Scar, who was full of revenge, finally set a fire and razed the entire Howie Villa to the ground. From then on, there was no Howie Villa in this world. Knife Scar also kept his promise. He divided one of the 8 flame swords on the Nanming Li fire armor and gave it to Yang Chen as the kindling of the Nanming Li fire. To be honest, Knife Scar did not believe that Yang Chen could teach him the way to restrain the 4 symbols demon subduing formation. But what Yang Chen told him later was very reasonable, which made him see the hope of complete revenge. With the help of the old tree demon, Shi Kuei, Xie Shuo, and Yang Chen, Knife Scar confidently greeted the 4 masters of Howie Villa. As soon as they arrived, the other party seemed to have sensed that Scar was difficult to deal with and immediately activated the 4 symbols demon subduing formation. This 4 symbols demon subduing formation was the Manor Lord's trump card to save their lives. It was also found by the Manor Lords from the luggage of an expert they had ambushed many years ago. Once launched, the power was infinite, unless the enemy escaped at high speed, otherwise even if it was a master in the early darching stage, there was no power to fight back at all. But this time, Knife Scar realized that the method Yang Chen taught him was indeed useful. Not only was it useful, it was also very useful. Yang Chen didn't want Blade Scar to find a flaw in the 4 symbols demon subduing formation and break it. Instead, he wanted him to occupy a position first. Once the demon subduing 4 beasts formation was activated, it was extremely powerful. However, it also had a fatal weakness, and that was that it could not be stolen. Few people knew this secret, but Yang Chen understood it. Maybe it didn't matter to grab the position once or twice, but if he predicted the enemy's first move every time, he could give the four symbols demon subduing formation a fatal blow, or rather, it was a fatal blow to the person who arranged the four symbols demon subduing formation. The backfire of the power of the formation caused by the continuous use of force would accumulate to the person who arranged the formation step by step. When Knife Scar began to implement the set of methods of Yang Chen, the fate of the four Mana Lords was already doomed. However, the four Mana Lords themselves did not know that there would be such serious consequences. They simply thought that the first time they missed it was only because the enemy dodged quickly. After half an hour, finally, because of the accumulation of the backfire, the four Mana Lords of the peak Yuanying stage also fell to the fate of being burned by the internal fire. Ecstasy, shock, and disbelief. After Knife Scar saw the four Mana Lords being defeated and dismembered by his own hands, he had a very complicated mentality. Now Knife Scar could no longer see through Yang Chen. This young man was obviously a younger generation in the foundation stage, but he understood more than the several Yuanying stage masters who were present. And because Yang Chen let Knife Scar personally avenge the destruction of his family, Knife Scar almost had a blind worship of Yang Chen, and then to the point of listening to him. The big hatred has been avenged. Knife Scar suddenly felt that he had no motivation to move forward, and he didn't know what he should do in the future. Should he pursue the road of ascension, or continue to hang around in the 100,000 mountains? Knife Scar felt very confused. No need to think about it, there is still a big enemy that has not been dealt with. Yang Chen seemed to be able to understand Knife Scar's current state of mind, stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, and then left. First, the auction house of the Magic Flame Valley is also a culprit behind the scenes, we must not let them go. Knife Scar, as an insider, of course knew what role the auction house played in this series of murder. With a promise, he obediently followed behind Yang Chen and walked in the direction of the Magic Flame Valley. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were very satisfied this time. Even when they were in the barren Sand Valley, they did not feel so satisfied killing people. Killing innocent people was completely different from taking revenge and eradicating bad guys. At least in their hearts, the two were still calm. The auction house was also maintained by a big force, but as long as it was a person, there would be 100 thoughts. More than half of the news of the young master of Howie Villa was obtained from the mouth of a young master of the auction house. That young master was responsible for providing information, and the young master here organized people to kill and rob, and the benefits were divided equally between the two sides. This alone had already broken the rules of the auction house, and it was the rules set by them. That young master had even specially provided a compass that could track specific cloaks of invisibility. The rules that he had set up had been completely broken by them behind his back. Yang Chen wanted the old tree demon to take action. It was the auction house. Before Howie Villa, it was just a friendly gesture. The auction house was the real deal. Compared to Howie Villa, the protection of the auction house was much tighter, and there were many experts. Moreover, if it was not handled well, the entire Magic Flame Valley would gang up on it. The most troublesome thing was the treasure of the auction house itself. The huge auction house not only provided a place for auctions, but it also had a treasure with extremely strong protection. As long as one hid in it, they would be able to withstand powerful attacks. If this treasure could not be destroyed or taken care of in a short period of time, it would be impossible to hurt anyone. One of the important reasons why the auction house could not fall was because of this treasure. The reason why Yang Chen asked the old tree demon to take action was to deal with the auction house itself. 3 days later, Yang Chen and his group arrived outside the Magic Flame Valley. Yang Chen's goal was very simple. The auction house's manager and the young master were directly related to his master's serious injuries, and he wanted them dead. Chapter 310. The news of Howie Villa had not reached here yet. In fact, it was unlikely that it would reach here. If no one happened to pass by or visit a friend, Howie Villa, which had already become a ruin, would not be discovered at all. As long as it was not discovered, the people of the auction house would not be alerted for the time being, and it would be convenient for Yang Chen to make further moves. This was also the reason why Yang Chen attacked Howie Villa first. If he attacked the auction house of Demon Flame Valley first, it would cause too much of a commotion, and might allow the young master of Howie Villa to escape. In just half a day, a whirlwind of rumors suddenly blew up in Demon Flame Valley. The auction house had colluded with Howie Villa, and had committed countless murders and robberies over the years. Knife Scar knew almost all of them. These rumors were spread by Knife Scar about the shady business of the auction house and Howie Villa. There was a time, a place, and a list of the people who participated. Moreover, what they bought at the auction and what they stole were all listed clearly. In fact, this was no longer a rumor, but a list of the victims. Those who were observant could find that the things that were sold at the auction house were all real, and all those things had one thing in common, which was that their whereabouts were unknown. Some people knew the people involved. Recalling the whereabouts of those people at that time, it seemed that everything matched up as the list said. According to the analysis of this list, coupled with the news released by Knife Scar, it was clear what had happened. In just half a day, the reputation of the auction house had been ruined. Although the manager of the auction house had tried his best to distinguish and block the news, how could it be blocked so easily in the innumerable huge mountains? The more they blocked the news, the guiltier they seemed. The whole incident had spread like wildfire, and no one dared to pass by the auction house anymore. That was not all. The most shocking thing was the appearance of several compasses. These compasses were used to search for the location of a specific invisibility cloak. And almost every invisibility cloak could be tracked. Almost everyone in Demon Flame Valley had invisibility cloaks. After someone tried it a few times, all the rumors became ironclad evidence. Those who had invisibility cloaks destroyed the invisibility cloaks as soon as they heard the news. No one dared to believe that the cloak of invisibility that they had been wearing to facilitate their participation in the auction was actually the Hellguard that had claimed their lives. Fortunately, most people were relatively poor and couldn't afford to buy anything too good. Otherwise, their fates would be no different from those guys who disappeared. The auction house had already become the target of public criticism. Everyone from the Demon Flame Valley had begun to covet the auction house. If it weren't for the powerful strength of the auction house, people would have already swarmed up. The manager was shocked, but he didn't dare to take any action. At this time, it was unrealistic for him to blame the young master. After all, many things had been approved by him. The two of them were in the same boat. I can't run, and you can't run. If he broke his own rules and was found out by the Lord, he would have no other choice but to die. Even if the young master was the Lord's favorite son, he would not be able to escape punishment. He wanted to run, but the person in charge knew how powerful his Lord was. If he took the brunt of the attack and the young lord's strength, he might have a chance of survival. If he ran away, he would probably die a worse death. The only thing he could do now was to retreat to the auction house and send a message to his lord. As for how to solve this matter, it was not something that a mere manager could decide. The auction house had stood in the Demon Flame Valley for so many years not only because of commercial means, but also because of its powerful strength. Despite such a big event, the person in charge still believed that those people from the Demon Flame Valley only dared to say something to express their indignation. It was impossible for them to besiege the auction house. If the person in charge didn't want to, those people wouldn't even be able to enter the auction house's gate. No matter how hard the person in charge racked his brain, he couldn't believe that someone would really come to kill them, and in such an outrageous way. In the words of the person in charge, it was simply unreasonable. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the people from the Demon Flame Valley were shocked to see a scene that they simply couldn't believe. The huge auction house seemed to have been abruptly pulled up from the ground and then thrown high into the air. When it was in the air, it seemed to have been heavily whipped, falling heavily and smashing into the ground. No one knew what happened, but everyone knew one thing. The auction house was attacked, and it was big trouble. The protective means of the auction house, which made the person in charge so proud, were as fragile as paper in front of a powerful old Osmanthus tree demon who had lived for God knows how long. A series of heavy blows fell crazily outside the auction house. The person in charge was horrified to find that the protection of the auction house was being stripped away layer by layer. Every heavy blow could bring serious damage to the auction house. It wouldn't take long for the auction house to be shattered by such a powerful attack. Boom, crash. At the same time that the last layer of protection of the auction house was broken, the huge auction house seemed to have completed its historical mission and turned into fragments. Countless people swarmed out of the fragments of the auction house, like worker bees whose hives had been dug out. But as soon as they rushed out, they felt a heavy pressure falling from the sky, suddenly reminding them of the heavy blow that the auction house had suffered before. No one dared to resist. The people who ran out were horrified to find that they couldn't even see an enemy, but they could feel the ubiquitous killing intent. Where is the person in charge? Where is the young lord? A voice rang out from nowhere and was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Involuntarily, the group of people focused their eyes on the person in charge and the young master. The identity of the two was immediately exposed to the eyes of the questioner. I don't know which senior is in front of me. I am terrified and have offended senior. I ask senior to give me the rules, and I will immediately report to my master and give senior an explanation. As soon as they were exposed for breaking the rules, they were immediately attacked. There was almost no need to ask, it was because of this matter. The person in charge could only come forward and hope that the other party could give them a chance to negotiate in front of the power of his master. You and the young master are dead, I can let the others go. The strange voice sounded again in everyone's ears. Your auction house will be removed from the list from now on. Chapter 3:11. How could anyone agree to take the lives of the host and the young master? Perhaps the host could give up, but who would dare to do so? He had no choice but to risk his life just once. The problem was that the other party did not give them this opportunity at all. While the host and the young master were still hesitating, they were suddenly swallowed up by a big mouth that suddenly opened in the ground. No matter how the two people at the peak of Jeddan's stage struggled, it was of no avail. They mysteriously disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. A large group of auction house guards and employees were left standing there in a daze like a bunch of dumb geese. The people of the auction house were in big trouble this time. The disappearance of the host was still okay, but the young master was also mysteriously taken away, and from the meaning of the person who did it, it was obvious that he wanted the young master's life. If his lord knew about this, none of the guards present would be able to live. No one knew who started it, but someone shouted, "The young master is dead, run." Boom, a group of people who were looking at each other here fled in the blink of an eye. Anyway, the world was very big, and it was impossible for his lord to search the world to kill a few guards. As long as they had cultivation, they could live anywhere. Some smart ones even swept away the existing property in the auction house. By the time the people of Magic Flame Valley understood what had happened, there was no one left. The most powerful and profound auction house in Magic Flame Valley had unexpectedly become like this in less than a day. Only then did the people of Magic Flame Valley remember that those poor guys who were killed because of the auction house might also have a backer. Now that the truth was revealed, it would definitely attract a large number of people to investigate. In this way, in the future, Magic Flame Valley was definitely a place of trouble, and they couldn't stay for a long time. In fact, many people had already begun to pack up their things and prepare to escape. Many people were beating their chests and stamping their feet. It was not easy to find a suitable place to stay in the 100,000 mountains, but they were forced to leave. They were really unwilling. However, strictly speaking, this couldn't be blamed on others. If they hadn't been numb and accustomed to what had happened, the auction house would not have been so arrogant. Right and wrong, but who could say clearly? Young Chen didn't care about Magic Flame Valley. Anyway, for him, since his master had an accident in Magic Flame Valley, these people couldn't escape the relationship. Not destroying Magic Flame Valley was already giving him a lot of face. As for what would happen to the people of Magic Flame Valley in the future, it was not his concern. The old Osmanthus tree demon was really strong enough, and the auction house was almost solved by him. The old tree demon and the young master were also captured by the old tree demon. When the two appeared in front of Yang Chen, their cultivation bases had been completely sealed. Seeing Yang Chen, the two immediately understood what kind of mistake they had made this time. The fact that an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator was able to come to the Demon Flame Valley already explained a lot of things. Moreover, a guy who could easily take out a top-grade spirit stone, even the handsome young master couldn't do it, but Yang Chen could. To say that he didn't have a big background behind him, how could this be possible? But at that time, the young master didn't know what kind of lard had blinded his heart, and he actually wanted to hit Yang Chen's idea. Wealth moved people's hearts, and even the cultivators were no exception. Fellow Daoist, the young master is not sensible, he shouldn't have offended you, please don't lower yourself to his level. When the host saw Yang Chen, it seemed that there was a hope of survival. I am here to kowtow to you and apologize. What compensation do you want? I will give it twice. As long as you let us go, any conditions are good. In the eyes of the host, Yang Chen was so young and had a high position, he must not swallow it. As long as he lowered his posture, was willing to plead guilty and compensate, apologized and accepted the punishment, maybe Yang Chen would let them go. Others didn't know, but this kind of situation often happened to a second-generation ancestor like the young master. In one breath, he would fight for it, and in the end, he would have all his face, and he would not give people a way out. But the host could never imagine that Yang Chen wanted to kill him, not because of himself, but because of his master Gao. The young master would not understand that the seemingly insignificant woman 2 months ago was the real fuse. These words, you can save them for those who died. Yang Chen smiled coldly and stepped forward, ready to make a move. Fellow Daoist, do you know who is behind us? Do you know who my lord is? Begging for mercy failed, the host immediately thought of another trick and threatened. The young master is the youngest son of the lord, and he is deeply loved. If you dare to hurt him, there is no place for you to stay at the ends of the earth. Before Yang Chen spoke, the host seemed to have expected what Yang Chen was going to say, and said in advance, don't think that your identity is mysterious, the Lord can't find you. If something happens here, the Lord will definitely investigate the last auction first. The things you bought are special and the price is generous. It will definitely make the Lord suspicious. At that time, the Lord will look for you first. Oh. Yang Chen said oh and seemed very surprised. Then tell me, who is your Lord? As soon as this sentence came out, the host breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of bargaining with others. What he was most afraid of was that others would not give him a chance to bargain at all. As long as he said the name of the Lord, he might be able to fight for a glimmer of life. If your Lord is very rich, maybe he will be happy to spend a lot of money to redeem the head of his beloved youngest son. Yang Chen's words stunned the host for a while, and the words he had just thought of could no longer be said. Redeem the head. The young master was already scared on the spot. What did the words mean? Could he not hear it? However, the problem was that it was his head that was going to be redeemed. This young master, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You broke the rules and hurt my master. Yang Chen's face turned serious. Don't tell me that you are the youngest son of the Lord. If you dare to touch my master, I will also behead the Jade Emperor. After that, Yang Chen did not give the young master and the host a chance to speak again. A sword flew over, and the young master's head flew high. Yang Chen grabbed the hair bun and held it in his hand. Then, he turned his eyes to the host. The host had been scared to death on the spot. How could he have thought that Yang Chen did not give him any way out and directly made a move? Looking at the young master's head that was still dripping blood, the host was so shocked that he almost fainted. You actually killed the young master. The person in charge pointed his finger at Yang Chen, with an unbelievable expression, and the tone of disbelief in his words was the same. Now you can tell me if your lord is willing to spend a lot of money to redeem this head. Yang Chen raised the head to the host with a smile and asked slowly. Chapter 312. You're dead. The eyes of the person in charge had begun to blur. The young master was beheaded in front of his eyes, which had exceeded the acceptance range of his consciousness. There was no other words except to say this word. This kind of courage, how can you be called a cultivator? Yang Chen glanced at the person in charge who seemed to have lost his mind, shook his head, and cut off his head with a sword. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Sell the news of my master, you deserve to die. Habitually reciting a mantra, Then Yang Chen easily froze the two heads and put them in the Chenkuan bag. Senior, this is the clone technique I promised you. After Yang Chen finished these things, he walked directly to the side of the old tree demon, released the beast-controlling secret art, and touched the consciousness of the old tree demon. A series of mantras were immediately sent over. The old man in the incarnation of the old tree demon nodded slightly and said nothing. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Yang Chen did not speak, quietly waiting for the old tree demon to comprehend. After a long time, the old tree demon opened his seemingly dim yellow eyes and sighed. Great. Good stuff. As long as the senior likes it. Yang Chen responded with a smile, and then asked, I don't know what the senior's next plan is. Plan? The old tree demon smiled and said, find a safe place, put my old root down, and then wait for the yin fire to burn. I have suppressed the yin fire more than a dozen times, and I am almost unable to suppress it. Fortunately, with your clone technique, it is estimated that at most I will lose one of my incarnations, and I can survive. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. The burning of the yin fire was clearly one of the three disasters that the peak of the Yuanying stage had to experience. The old tree demon was able to forcibly suppress the tribulation. What kind of cultivation was this? At least among the people, except for Yang Chen, it was estimated that no one had heard of such a ruthless person. However, the tone of the old tree demon was very grateful to Yang Chen. With this clone technique, the yin fire tribulation could be completely transferred to an incarnation. The main body would not be hurt and the tribulation could be easily crossed. Yang Chen made it clear that this was the exclusive yin fire tribulation of plants. No matter how envious others were, they could not learn it. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were fine, but the shock in Knife Scar's eyes could not be hidden. Senior, are you interested in moving to my sect? Yang Chen smiled and tried to persuade him. Junior's fierce sunside courtyard is full of spiritual energy and is safe. If Senior is willing to go, my sect will welcome you with open arms. Hehe, you little brat. In the beginning, I thought you were a little calf. Only later did I realize that you were not. The old tree man smilingly pointed out Yang Chen's intention. The little snake and the little scorpion have told me everything. Are you going to invite me to join your hall of eccentrics? If Senior is willing, it is naturally the best to join. Yang Chen smiled and did not have the embarrassment of being seen through. If you don't want to, you can be a guest. In my yard, you can stay as long as you want. Aren't you afraid that others will gossip? The old tree demon who turned into an old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, I heard that many people are jealous of your yard. It seemed that the two guys, Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo, had betrayed Yang Chen. Yang Chen stared at the two fiercely. Although they were in the Yuanying stage, the two were still a little guilty and bowed their heads when they were stared at by Yang Chen. In fact, the two were also looking forward to the old gooey tree demon coming to Chunyang Palace. In this way, the strength of their hall of eccentrics would skyrocket, and the sect could also gain more face. After tasting the taste of being organized, they did not want to return to the previous state of wandering ghosts. My yard, what can others say? Yang Chen turned back to the old tree demon and smiled again. If Senior really doesn't want to deal with those people, just take root there. Do you think that if I plant a tree in my own yard, would anyone dare to say anything? Although the words were a bit disrespectful to the old tree demon, the truth was very reasonable. Planting a tree in the yard, with the cultivation of the old tree demon, after passing the yin fire tribulation, as long as his body was not arrogant, even the head of the palace would not necessarily be able to find it. The old tree demon had not been noticed in the 100,000 mountains, which was a clear proof. Not everyone had a keen spiritual awareness like Yang Chen. Well, this old man will come to your house for a few days. That hall of eccentrics, if you think it is necessary, this old man will join it. The old tree demon nodded slightly and agreed to Yang Chen's request, but he did not hide his thoughts. This old man always feels that you have something that can make this old man ascend to the Darching stage. That thing is very close, but I can't find it. Following you, it is also a good opportunity. The words of the old tree demon made Yang Chen suddenly think of the Penglai divine wood he planted in the medicine garden. Could it be that the old tree demon was talking about this? Perhaps because the old tree demon had entered the dome once, he could feel the smell of the Penglai divine wood at a close distance. After all, the dome was the bottle cap of the medicine garden. The two were one. The old tree demon said that things were very close, and it seemed to be reasonable. If it was really because of the Penglai divine wood, Yang Chen had to admire the keenness of the old tree demon. But it was normal to think about it. The old tree demon had wisdom for many years. The strength of his spiritual awareness was that Yang Chen had never seen a mortal master in his life. It was not surprising that he was aware of this. However, Yang Chen would not directly give things to the old tree demon, not to mention that such a high cultivation base of the old tree demon would not bring any trouble. Now the old tree demon didn't do anything, but he wanted to get such a powerful divine object as the Penglai divine wood. It was too easy. It seemed that the previous clone technique was exchanged after the old tree demon solved the auction house. Yang Chen did not cultivate a guy who reaped without sowing. His great hatred was avenged, and he also bought the sky measuring ruler and Chilean horn. By the way, he took back the red sun iron spirit that was stolen from his master. At the same time, he also abducted a powerful master like the old tree demon. Moreover, the three people of Chunyang Palace also got almost 70 full Chenkuan bags, nearly 3/4 of the property of Howie Villa. The harvest was so rich that it made people drool. The situation of Knife Scar was special. It could be said that he had done many evil things before. Although his cultivation base was strong, Yang Chen did not directly invite him. Chunyang Palace would certainly not want such a master with such a complicated background, even if he was a great master of the late Yuanying stage. But Knife Scar had agreed to go to Chunyang Palace to apologize to Gaou, and promised to do 3 things for Gaou. After going back, Yang Chen could also think of another way to settle Knife Scar. The group of people went on the road again. This time the goal was Maiqing Mountain Chunyang Palace. Chapter 313. Along the way, everyone was in Yang Chen's shuttle, and the speed was fast. From the Magic Flame Valley to the edge of the 100,000 Mountains, and from the 100,000 Mountains to the Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen only spent a month and a half. The speed of the shuttle was so fast that even Knife Scar and the old tree demon were surprised. The old tree demon usually didn't move much. He was surprised, but he still behaved normally. Knife Scar was a little shocked. Such a fast magic weapon turned out to be on Yang Chen's body. If it was replaced by Gaou at that time, even Knife Scar and the others couldn't catch up at that time. Knife Scar couldn't imagine how much power Chunyang Palace had now. Yang Chen didn't care about this. Yang Chen had spent half a year going back and forth in the 100,000 Mountains. It took him nearly 5 months to run on the road, and there was not much time for real affairs. He was now very worried about whether his master's injury had improved and whether it would affect his cultivation. Normally, when the master ancestor took his master back, Yang Chen should be relieved. But he always had a bad feeling in his heart. However, he was going back soon, and everything would be clear when he went back. The first stop was definitely the Liang courtyard. As soon as they landed, everyone felt the rich and almost condensed aura in the Liang courtyard, and they all took a breath of cold air. No wonder Yang Chen dared to boast that his own home was full of aura. It turned out to be such a place with deep veins. The old tree demon took a long breath, as if the spiritual power in the air was inhaled into his body, and praised again and again, "Good place, good place." Although Knife Scar didn't say anything, the kind of emotion that was revealed in his eyes could not be concealed in any way. The famous sects were famous sects, even the place of practice was so luxurious. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo had their own territory. After arriving, they went directly to their own courtyard. The old tree demon and Knife Scar were guests. Yang Chen took them to his room. After a short rest, he let the old tree demon familiarize himself with the environment here. He took Knife Scar to Gaou's room. The Liang courtyard was not too big. After a while, Yang Chen arrived at Gaou's courtyard. What surprised Yang Chen was that the master ancestor was still with Gaou at this time. Seeing the appearance of the master ancestor Wang Yong, Yang Chen's heart thumped. Could it be that his master's injury was in big trouble? He hurriedly stepped forward to greet and asked his master's injury. "Who is this?" Wang Yong did not answer Yang Chen's question first, but frowned at knife scar and asked Yang Chen. Dao Ba did not hide his cultivation level here. The power of the late Yuanying stage made Wang Yong very vigilant. If it weren't for the person brought by Yang Chen, it was estimated that Wang Yong would have questioned him. This is knife scar. When he was ordered to kill the master, he secretly let the master go and sent the master. Yang Chen did not hide it and replied directly. Hearing that knife scar was ordered to kill Gao, Wang Yong frowned, but immediately relaxed. With the cultivation of knife scar, if he wanted to kill Gao, he would have already killed her, and would not let her wait for reinforcements to arrive. In this way, it was a life-saving grace for Gao. Thinking of this, Wang Yong's face was also better. What is the matter with knife scar? Wang Yong did not talk to Yang Chen about Gao for the time being, but began to receive guests. In any case, knife scar was a guest, and Wang Yong had to take out the host's enthusiasm to receive him. Senior Knife Scar is here to apologize to the master. Before Knife Scar opened his mouth, Yang Chen had already spoken for Knife Scar. Senior Knife Scar hurt the master by accident. He has been feeling uneasy and insisted on apologizing to the master in person and compensating. Yang Chen spoke and Knife Scar nodded. This attitude made Wang Yong have nothing to say anymore, he just nodded. But he immediately stopped him a little. Knife Scar fellow, my disciple was deeply injured and hasn't woken up yet. I'm afraid I have to let you down. Hearing this, Yang Chen was shocked, and he could no longer accompany Knife Scar and Master Ancestor. He rushed into Gao's room. Wang Yong understood Yang Chen's eagerness and didn't say much. He reached out to Knife Scar and made a gesture. I would like to ask this fellow Daoist to move. I just have some things to ask this fellow Daoist. Chunyang Palace is simple and crude. I have neglected the distinguished guest. When Knife Scar heard that Yang Chen's master had not woken up, he knew that there was some trouble. It was estimated that Wang Yong also wanted to ask about Gao's method of being seriously injured at that time, so he didn't refuse and followed Wang Yong to the main hall. As soon as Yang Chen entered Gao's room, he saw several female servants of his master serving in Gao's room. Gao herself was lying on the bed, motionless, as if asleep. Seeing Yang Chen come in, several maids hurriedly greeted Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't care much. He nodded in a hurry, then went directly to Gao's bed, reached out to grab her wrist pulse, and carefully checked her pulse. The pulse was very stable, and it didn't look like she was seriously injured at all. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that the serious injury suffered that day, at least the physical trauma had been healed. Senior brother Yang, the master's internal and external injuries have been healed. A maid next to him hurriedly reminded Yang Chen, it's just that the spiritual awareness seems to have been seriously injured, and it has been overconsumed, causing the master to be unable to wake up. Master Ancestor Wang has tried many ways, and has also found several experts, but it is of no avail. Yang Chen frowned, released his spiritual awareness, and began to enter Gao's body through his own hands, and went straight to the Sea of Consciousness. As soon as he came into contact with Gao's Sea of Consciousness, even Yang Chen couldn't help but take a breath. The Sea of Consciousness of ordinary cultivators should be like a calm lake, but Gao's Sea of Consciousness was now like a raging volcano. A weak spiritual awareness rolled up and down in Gao's Sea of Consciousness, and there was no time for it to calm down. Not only that, if it was just tyrannical, it meant that Gao's spiritual awareness was not damaged, but now it was obviously extremely weak, and it was rioting for some unknown reason. It was attacked from both inside and outside. It would be strange if Gao could wake up. On that day, Gao was seriously injured, and she was already weak. Later, she forcibly launched an alarm and sent it back to Chunyang Palace, which had almost exhausted her spiritual awareness. If it weren't for Yang Chen's Ganoderma Haolu pill that healed her physical injury in time, the situation would probably be more serious than it was now. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen's heart was about to break. He could no longer care about anything else, and quickly ordered several servants, prepare a quiet room that will not be disturbed, with sufficient spiritual power. I want to heal Master. Hearing Yang Chen's instructions, several servants were overjoyed and asked in surprise, Senior Brother Yang, do you have a way? I can only try. Yang Chen was not fully sure, but at the moment his master was like this, and Yang Chen could not delay any longer, so he could only take the risk. Chapter 3:14. The quiet room was ready-made. Almost every courtyard had a room for seclusion when it was originally built. It was usually practiced here. When needed, the formation would be activated, and it was the place for seclusion. What a few maids had to do was to clean up the place very quickly. The bustling movement here immediately alerted Wang Yong, who was understanding the situation over there. His beloved disciple was anxious, and he didn't care about being rude. He hurriedly ran out and hurriedly asked, "What are you going to do?" Yang Chen held Jiaoyu in his hands and walked out. When he saw Wang Yong's inquiry, he quickly replied, "Master can't be delayed now. This disciple will try to see if he can treat her." Jiaoyu's situation was already very dangerous. The wandering spiritual awareness has become weaker and weaker, almost close to dissipation. If this goes on, it won't take long for Jiaoyu to fall into eternal sleep because of the exhaustion of her spiritual awareness. If he let it go on like this, even the best result would be similar to Wen Qian, with no consciousness and only a shell left. The more serious consequences are likely to be death. Yang Chen was clear about this, and Wang Yong seemed to understand it. However, the headmaster of Chunyang Palace and several elders had already come to see it, and all of them had no way to do anything. Several masters of other sects, after Flying Sword sent a letter to inquire, it seemed that there was no effective way. Everyone could only watch Jiaoyu weaken, and her spiritual awareness was a little hollowed out. How could Yang Chen let such a situation happen? He was reborn in order to prevent the tragedy of his previous life from happening again, in order to let his master be happy and healthy. Now that his master's spiritual awareness was hit so hard, how could Yang Chen be indifferent? There was no such medicine in the world to treat the spiritual awareness. It could only be carried out in some other ways. In an emergency, Yang Chen couldn't care about anything else. He directly took Jiaoyu to the quiet room for seclusion. Although he didn't know how to treat the weakness of the spiritual awareness, Yang Chen remembered that there was an advanced cultivation method called Taishen Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. Taishen Yin-Yang Heart Sutra could be practiced by two people together, using each other's spiritual awareness to drive the cultivation of both sides' spiritual awareness to further enhance. To put it simply, this was a kind of spiritual sense dual cultivation method. Originally, Yang Chen did not think about dual cultivation with Jiaoyu, even if it was a spiritual awareness dual cultivation, but Jiaoyu's current injury did not allow him to think too much. As long as it could save her life, he would use it all. Master's consciousness was basically in a deep sleep. Yang Chen arranged Jiaoyu into a meditative posture and then sat behind Jiaoyu. His arms wrapped around Jiaoyu's delicate body to prevent her from collapsing. After making all the preparations, Yang Chen gently leaned his forehead against the back of Jiaoyu's head and began to launch the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. Jiaoyu's last memory was that she was madly chased by a group of people, and then fled to a cave in a panic. She activated the magic treasure for help on her body, and then lost consciousness. Now Jiaoyu finally felt that someone had come to save her, but she seemed to be very weak. Even if she wanted to open her eyes, she couldn't do this kind of action. Her eyelids, which were light and could not be felt, were now heavier than 1,000 pounds. What made Jiaoyu most horrified was that her body did not seem to feel it. It was light, people seemed to be floating in the air, but nothing around her could be felt. She only felt tired and sleepy, extremely weak, and about to die. This state did not know how long it lasted. Jiaoyu suddenly found that her body was warm, as if she was lying in a warm embrace, very comfortable. A very comfortable aura came from the top of her head, so that Jiaoyu's power also increased a lot, but she was still in a weak state. But she could already feel more. It seemed that her body was already in a mess, tossing herself around, but she couldn't stop. But the aura from the top of her head was getting more and more. Jiaoyu couldn't see it, she couldn't hear it, but she could feel that the aura was adjusting and soothing her body. And Jiaoyu herself could feel an indescribable sense of joy, passing into her consciousness from all directions. This process did not know how long it lasted. Anyway, Jiaoyu knew that the aura that helped her adjust was very hard, almost doing this without sleep. She just didn't know who could give her such enjoyment. She didn't know who it was, but Gaou was very grateful. When Gaou got more and more power, she discovered that her current consciousness was in the sea of consciousness. Those messy things were not her own body at all, but her own spiritual awareness. She wanted to see who was helping her adjust her spiritual awareness, but Gaou couldn't do it now. The only thing she could be sure of was that even if she was in such a situation, when this person was helping her adjust, she was very comfortable, very warm, and very secure. It seemed that this person could make her completely trust and let her completely relax. The messy spiritual awareness finally calmed down, and Gaou was finally able to control those spiritual awareness, but the original powerful spiritual awareness was now weak, and it seemed that there was no power to move. Master, according to the cultivation method I gave you, you will soon recover. A thought appeared in Gaou's mind, and she suddenly understood that it was Yang Chen who had adjusted her spiritual awareness before. There were a lot of confusion, but Gaou understood that this was not the time to pursue it, and immediately began to study the cultivation method passed by Yang Chen. The cultivation method was relatively complex, but Yang Chen explained it in great detail, and soon Gaou understood the key, and began to direct her weak spiritual awareness, little by little with Yang Chen. This was the cultivation method of spiritual awareness double cultivation, and two people were always more efficient than one person, and Gaou's recovery speed also began to accelerate. With the proficiency of the cultivation method, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness and Gaou's spiritual awareness almost merged together, and soon there was me in you, and you in me. The kind of spiritual awareness exchange that was like water and milk made Gaou immersed in that kind of speechless joy almost all the time. However, Gaou was also shocked to find that her own disciple in the foundation stage seemed to be much stronger than her in the Jedan stage. Yang Chen's cultivation method was very powerful, and soon Gaou found that her own spiritual awareness was recovering quickly and returned to its original strength. But this was not the end. After the recovery, the spiritual awareness began to strengthen all the way until she felt that she had rushed to the realm of the late Jedan stage, and then stopped. However, Gaou vaguely felt that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had decreased a lot because of her own improvement, which made her very worried. It was not until Yang Chen's consciousness reminded that Gaou stopped the state of cultivation. The spiritual awareness returned, and Gaou immediately woke up. But she immediately discovered that she was leaning very comfortably in the arms of Yang Chen, and Yang Chen's hands were clasping her waist, and his forehead was still on the back of her head. Chapter 3:15. Although she knew in her heart that Yang Chen was healing her, Gaou still couldn't help blushing. Especially when she felt Yang Chen's thick and powerful arms around her slender waist, the powerful touch still made her a little soft. The indescribable pleasure in the coma seemed to be still in her heart. Gaou lamented in her heart, "We are master and disciple." But the feeling of infatuation made her head leave Yang Chen's forehead and leaned slightly on Yang Chen's cheek. After seemingly enjoying the warmth for a few seconds, Gaou suddenly asked, "Where am I?" Yang Chen, of course, also enjoyed the indescribable beauty of the process of spiritual awareness double cultivation. He had an inexplicable feeling for his master, and now he tasted such a feeling. After waking up, Yang Chen suddenly found that he was reluctant to let go of his hands around his master's waist. If possible, Yang Chen really wanted to be like this for the rest of his life and never change. But he also knew that this was impossible. As soon as Gaou spoke, Yang Chen reluctantly let go of his hands. "This is in the fierce sun courtyard." Yang Chen replied, "You have already gone home." "Oh." Gaou gave a soft sigh, and also slowly and reluctantly leaned forward, breaking away from the arms of Yang Chen. Then he suddenly thought of something. "What's wrong with your spiritual awareness? Has it dropped a lot?" Double cultivation in many cases was to learn from each other's strengths and make progress together. Spiritual awareness double cultivation was almost the same, but when the difference between the two people's spiritual awareness was too big, there would always be some supplement. Gaou's spiritual awareness soared, and Yang Chen naturally had to drop a little. And because Yang Chen had worked hard to help Gaou sort out the messy spiritual awareness before, the consumption was extremely huge. Yang Chen didn't care about this. As long as he could let his master recover, not to mention that it was just a drop of some spiritual awareness, Even if it was completely destroyed, Yang Chen would not care. Anyway, with the three purities secret art, this heaven-defying cultivation method, starting from nothing to practice spiritual awareness, it would not be too bad. It was Gaou's question that reminded Yang Chen. Yang Chen hurriedly reminded, "Master, you should check to see if there is anything wrong with your divine awareness and body." Hearing Yang Chen's words, although Gao was worried, she could only calm down and sink into her sea of consciousness to check her condition. It didn't matter if she didn't check, but when she did, Gao was shocked. His sea of consciousness was originally empty, but now, it was clearly divided into two layers, one layer of water, and one layer of fire. Moreover, the range of his sea of consciousness had also expanded significantly. Although he could not feel anything for the time being, the expansion of his sea of consciousness and the sharp increase in his spiritual sense were clearly beneficial. What made Gao puzzled was how her sea of consciousness was divided into two layers. The layer of flames was understandable, but what about the water? Recalling that Yang Chen said that he wanted him to practice the water attribute cultivation method, Gao could not help but feel a little strange. Why did his cultivation method not change? But he had not eaten or drunk for a long time, and his body seemed to be a little weak. But this was easy to solve. As long as he ran his cultivation method and absorbed enough spiritual power, it would be fine. It seemed that everything was fine. The only thing that worried Gao now was that Yang Chen's spiritual sense had lost so much. Would there be a big problem? Turning her head, Gao carefully looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not seem to have any changes, but his face was a little pale. There was no need to ask, and she knew that it must be due to excessive consumption when recuperating her spiritual sense. Seeing Yang Chen's appearance, Gao was so distressed that she almost cried. She couldn't help but reach out and touch Yang Chen's slightly thin face, rubbing it gently. "It's okay, Master." Yang Chen almost couldn't control himself. In the end, he resisted his agitated mood and said in a slow tone, "You have safely returned to the Fierce Sun Courtyard. Those who killed you, I have already killed them. The things that were taken from you, I have also taken them back. Those who sold your news, I have also brought their heads. Do you want to see them?" If Yang Chen was able to cure Gao's spiritual sense injury, Gao was surprised. Then when Yang Chen said this, Gao was not surprised, but frightened. Gao had personally experienced being chased. She was naturally very clear about the cultivation base of the person who chased her. She was a supreme master in the early Jedan stage. In the 100,000 mountains, she was almost nothing. Yang Chen was only in the early foundation establishment stage. How dare he rush into the 100,000 mountains and kill the people there? However, when she saw several heads, Gao couldn't help but believe it, especially when Yang Chen introduced them one by one. This was the young master of Howie Villa, and that was the young master of the Magic Flame Valley auction house. The place was not wrong at all. This made Gao believe that her own disciple, Yang Chen in the early foundation establishment stage, really got justice for herself. The two of them had been in retreat for a long time. At this time, Wang Yong and the others outside didn't know how anxious they were. It was not until they heard a series of processes from Yang Chen that they remembered that they should go out. "Master, that cultivation method, only you know it." Before Yang Chen went out, he still told Gao, "Some things can't be disclosed casually, and can't be given to others casually." Gao raised her head and glanced at Yang Chen. Seeing Yang Chen's very serious expression, she couldn't help but nod. Many things about Yang Chen seemed to be unable to get to the bottom of it. It was not surprising that there was such a thing. Wang Yong had been waiting anxiously. His disciple and grand disciple had been in retreat for 4 months, and there was still no news. If Yang Chen hadn't told them not to be disturbed, he would have rushed in. Fortunately, he could still perceive that the two people inside were still safe and sound. Otherwise, Wang Yong didn't know how anxious he would be. When Wang Yong was anxious, the door of the retreat suddenly opened from the inside. Yang Chen and Gao came out one after another. After seeing Gao walk out like a normal person, Wang Yong was almost unable to control himself. Finally, it was the demeanor of a Yuanying stage master. He resisted the urge to go forward and check. However, On Wang Yong's face, there was an instant smile of relief. Even the elders of Chunyang Palace were all helpless, and some of the healing masters of other sects were also helpless in this matter. His own grand disciple alone, in 4 months, brought back a healthy disciple, which was a miracle. Okay, don't say more, I know. Wang Yong stopped Yang Chen's plan to speak. You did a good job, the people of my generation will take revenge. Those people, kill them, if someone wants to find you, my Chunyang Palace will bear it. Chapter 316. In the process of communicating with Knife Scar, Wang Yong had already figured out what Yang Chen had done. Originally, he also planned to wait for Gaou to recover, but Yang Chen did it too beautifully. Even if Wang Yong went in person, it was just like that, and it was even possible that it was not as good as Yang Chen. Destroying thousands of people in Howie Mountain Villa, and making friends and using a strong person like Knife Scar, it did not look like something that a disciple in the foundation stage could do. However, during the days when Yang Chen was in Chunyang Palace, the miracles shown were more than 1 or 2, so when Wang Yong heard it, he did not feel particularly surprised. It seemed that it should be like this. It could be seen how powerful the power of habit was. It could make a Yuanying stage ancestor form a fixed thinking. The specific process, Knife Scar did not say so detailed. At least the 5 female Jedan stage masters and a female Yuanying stage master he had seen did not appear again. Yang Chen also told Knife Scar, so he only said the part related to him. Even if it was a strong person like the old tree demon, he would wait for Yang Chen to come out himself. The reason why Knife Scar had been waiting here was that he had promised Yang Chen to apologize to Gaou, compensate for the loss, and help Gaou do 3 things. These were not done. Yang Chen also went to retreat. He could only wait. Others did not know, but Knife Scar knew better than anyone how terrifying the old tree demon, who was still in Yang Chen's yard, was. If he didn't do what he promised to Yang Chen, not to mention whether Yang Chen could pass this, would there be a heart demon in the future? Just the old tree demon in front of him would never let him feel comfortable. He knew that the old tree demon had something to ask from Yang Chen, and he had just received benefits from Yang Chen, and he would soon be able to cross the yin fire tribulation and enter the Darching stage. He dared to play tricks in Yang Chen's sect. The old tree demon could kill him 100 times. At this moment, he saw Gaou, the woman he chased and deliberately let go. But at this moment, he did not dare to have the thought of thanking her for her kindness. Without saying anything, he stepped forward and kowtowed. Since he had already decided to do it, why not do it more openly? Daoist Gao, I accidentally injured Daoist Gao. I'm here to ask for forgiveness. After kneeling on the ground, Dao Ba directly kowtowed and said loudly. Gao, you apparently also recognized Dao Ba. Among the people who chased her that day, Dao Ba was at the forefront. She learned from Yang Chen that Knife Scar said that he was going to deal with her, but in the end, he still let her go and secretly helped her escape. Gao vaguely thought that it was indeed the case. Since this was the case, Gao felt guilty for accepting Scar's bow, so she hurriedly helped Scar up. He was apologizing and expressing his thanks at the same time. It could be considered a happy situation for everyone. As for the 3 things that Knife Scar had promised, Gao did not take him seriously, but Knife Scar was very serious. As a last resort, Gao could only put these 3 things aside. If there was a need in the future, she would trouble Knife Scar. Well, Yang Chen, you go and arrange your guest. Wang Yong commanded Yang Chen, with a hint of complaint in his tone, you have left your guests for a few months, there is no such thing as a master like you. Of course, it was just a little complaint, but Wang Yong would never have a view on Yang Chen. In the past few months, he was treating Gao, his own apprentice. He saved a person whose spiritual awareness was about to dissipate. In addition to satisfaction, what other thoughts could Wang Yong have? Yang Chen also knew that he had neglected Knife Scar and the old tree demon in order to save his master these days. He was very sorry. He quickly took Knife Scar back to his own courtyard and entertained him carefully. The old tree demon stayed in his courtyard and didn't leave. He was enjoying the abundant spiritual power of the earth vein in his courtyard with a leisurely and contented look. Now the old tree demon was completely different from the old man before. It may be that the doppelganger secret art was more profound, or it may be that he had been nourished by sufficient spiritual power. He was much younger and more energetic. When you went, I thought you didn't want this home. As soon as Yang Chen entered the door, the old tree demon saw him and immediately made fun of Yang Chen. Sorry, I neglected the senior. Yang Chen was very sincere. After sitting with Knife Scar and the old tree demon for a while, he asked about Knife Scar's plans. Plans? Knife Scar shook his head. The purpose of my life is to revenge. Now that the big revenge has been avenged, there are some small things left. Of course, I will remember your master's things. I don't know what I should do. What else? Try to cultivate, hit the heavenly way, and see what kind of world it is after ascending. The old tree demon obviously thought more clearly than Knife Scar, and the goal was also much higher. It was not simply a boring life after revenge. Maybe it's a direction. Knife Scar nodded slightly, but then shook his head. But I am used to life in the 100,000 mountains. Every day is so comfortable, I am really not used to it. I even have no motivation to cultivate. Actually, if you want, you can cure Knife Scar, then change your face and go back to the 100,000 mountains. Yang Chen said with a smile. Or somewhere else. You like to live an adventurous life. It is not only in the 100,000 mountains that you can live that kind of life. With your cultivation, after crossing the 100,000 mountains and going to the monster plane, you may be able to live well. Or go to the territory of those demonic cultivators. It is not necessarily bad. His face must be changed. Although Yang Chen did not hear about the backstage of the auction house, since it could make a person in charge so afraid to protect the young master, even if he died, it meant that it was very big. Knife Scar was obviously a person with loopholes. Once he was found, he would definitely be in danger. Knife Scar was born to like adventure and excitement. When he heard Yang Chen's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, but then immediately dimmed. Change my face? Easier said than done. What's so difficult about it? Yang Chen said with a smile. Isn't it just a matter of exchanging appearance pill? Easy. Knife Scar smiled bitterly. Exchanging appearance pill, not to mention others, the traitor of your sect, Chu Heng, even the Taishanman can't get one for him in a short time. Is this easy? After staying in Chunyang Palace for 4 months, Knife Scar also knew some of Yang Chen's past, so he also knew about Chu Heng. Taishanmen are Taishanmen. I am me. Yang Chen said very disdainfully. Don't forget, I am the youngest 3rd-grade alchemist. Your appearance pill, leave it to me. Really? Knife Scar was overjoyed. The most troublesome problem was solved so easily. He couldn't believe it. When Knife Scar and Yang Chen were discussing here, the old tree demon had been listening quietly with a smile, not saying a word. But the smile on his face was getting deeper and deeper. Chapter 317. What do you want? Knife Scar knew that Yang Chen would never give him the appearance pill for no reason. A pill that could make the Taishanman feel inconvenient would not be taken out so easily. If you go to the monster plane or find any materials in the territory of the demonic cultivators, I want to buy them first. Yang Chen's requirements were not high, and it seemed that he had found a way to make money for Knife Scar. There are rich resources there. You can take a team and accept some commissions from the orthodox cultivators. Then, you can find things in the 100,000 mountains or the monster plane. You can make a profit from both sides. Yang Chen said a little bewitchingly. Anyway, you like to run around. Maybe you can see something and make a small fortune at the same time. Knife Scar seemed to be very interested in listening. For a person like him who had nothing else in mind except revenge, his wish had been fulfilled after revenge. The only thing left was to continue his life. As for higher cultivation, he had never thought about it. But maybe in such a life, he would find a direction in the future. Deal. After thinking for a while, Knife Scar immediately said decisively. This would only be good for him. Moreover, it sounded like fun to take a team. As for this period of time, Knife Scar could go shopping in the market square where the cultivators gathered to see what things were unique to the 100,000 mountains and what things were scarce in the 100,000 mountains. At that time, he could bring some things with a purpose and make a lot of spirit stones. Knife Scar did not stay. After having this idea, he immediately said goodbye to Yang Chen. He was a little embarrassed here. Although he was a guest, he was apologizing to Gaou. It was not so comfortable. Leaving early was also a kind of relief for Knife Scar. The old tree demon did not ask him to stay. After Yang Chen sent Knife Scar away, he asked with a smile, "What is your intention in ordering this stupid boy around?" "I can't hide it from you." Yang Chen laughed, "I don't have any intention. I just want to give the sect another way to make money." In fact, Knife Scar himself understands this very well. It's just that he hasn't completely figured out his future path yet. The old tree demon had lived for God knows how long. Although he didn't communicate much with people, it was unknown how many storms he had seen in the 100,000 mountains. He could see very clearly. He nodded and didn't say anything more. "Your place is not bad. I will temporarily stay here and join the sect's Hall of Eccentrics." The old tree demon finally nodded. "In a few days, I will prepare to cross the Yin Fire tribulation. If you have any relatives or friends, you can come and see me if you need them." A peak Yuanying stage master crossing the Yin Fire tribulation was a rare opportunity. Last time, Yang Chen let a group of people witness Hua Wanting's tribulation in the Blue Cloud sect. He felt that he was sorry for the masters of his sect. Now there was such an opportunity. Wasn't it a good pie that fell from the sky? How could Yang Chen refuse such a request? After a good night, Yang Chen went to see the body of the old tree demon. However, even though he knew that the body of the old tree demon was here, he was still taken aback by the old tree demon's hiding technique. In Yang Chen's courtyard, behind the house, there was such a small osmanthus tree that was almost the height of two people. It was as thick as a fist and had thin branches and tender leaves. It was simply a new tree. No matter who saw this tree, they would never think that this was an old osmanthus tree that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. It seemed that under the nourishment of sufficient spiritual power, the old tree demon's transformation secret art had become more and more proficient. This alone was enough to allow his body to escape the attention of almost 99% of the cultivators. Who would care about such a small sapling that was specially transplanted by the owner of the house to decorate the courtyard? Unless the invading enemy wanted to leave no grass here, perhaps they would be able to find the abnormality of the old tree demon. However, in this life, there was Yang Chen. How could the Chunyang Palace repeat the same mistakes and stage the tragedy of extermination again? Moreover, the old tree demon was hiding behind Yang Chen's house. There was another advantage, that was, the fierce sun courtyard would be absolutely impregnable in the future. Moreover, every move in the courtyard would not escape the monitoring of the huge roots of the old tree demon. Was there a more reassuring place than a Darching stage monster guard? After settling down the old tree demon, before he had time to report to the head of the palace, the servant Yuan Ting hurriedly reported to Yang Chen, saying that the head of the palace and several hall masters were waiting for Yang Chen in the Nine Earth Mountain Villa and wanted Yang Chen to see them immediately. Yuan Ting was arranged by Yang Chen to be in the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. He asked her and Shangguan Feng to help keep an eye on those outer sect disciples. This time, she ran over eagerly, and there was an anxious look on her face, which was very puzzling. In particular, she said that in addition to the palace master, there were several hall masters, which made Yang Chen very surprised. "Several hall masters are also here?" Yang Chen asked strangely. "They are all here." Yuan Ting answered affirmatively, and then added, "The Bright Moon Palace is the acting hall master, Song Xing." It seems that they were all brought by Song Xing because Yang Chen was not very friendly to the people of the Bright Moon Palace. Yuan Ting called the acting hall master of the Bright Moon Palace by his surname. "Young master, they seem to be making a punitive expedition." Yuan Ting's observation was very detailed, and she could see that those people, especially Song Xing, were not right. It seems that when they heard the news that the young master came out of seclusion, they immediately came over. It doesn't matter. Yang Chen had worked hard for the outer sect disciples of the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. If someone wanted to find trouble with this, Yang Chen would not care. "Go, let's go and see. The head of the palace is also there. We can't let him wait for a long time." Setting up the flying sword, Yang Chen took Yuan Ting and arrived at the Nine Earth Mountain Villa in less than an hour. In the lobby of the Nine Earth Mountain Villa, he saw the head of the palace. Disciple Yang Chen greets the palace master, greets the several uncles. Entering the door, not to mention anything else, Yang Chen first gave a series of etiquette. All the elders who came, Even if they were unhappy, young Chen could only give a proper salute. Except for one or two elders, the rest of the elders smiled and returned the greeting. Out of seclusion? The head of the palace smiled at young Chen and asked, I heard that your master has recovered well, you have worked hard. The attitude of the head of the palace made young Chen's heart more relaxed and gratified. Young Chen's retreat was to treat the damage of Gaou's spiritual awareness. If the head of the palace did not care about it, it would make the disciples disappointed. However, the tolerance and concern of the head of the palace could not make everyone hold the same attitude. At least the acting hall master of the Bright Moon Palace, Song Xing, was one of them. After the head of the palace finished, before anyone had time to interrupt, Song Xing slowly asked, Young Chen, do you know your crime? Chapter 318. The master of the Bright Moon Palace, Liang Xiaoming, was still facing the wall and thinking about his mistakes. Because his apprentice Chu Heng had become a traitor, and he unconsciously acted as an accomplice in the incident of dealing with young Chen, he was ordered by the head of the palace to face the wall and think about his mistakes. The current leader of the Bright Moon Palace was Song Xing, the acting palace master. Just as young Chen did not like the people of the Bright Moon Palace, the people of the Bright Moon Palace also did not like young Chen because of their relationship with Liang Xiaoming. This was related to Chu Heng's matter, and it was also related to the Liang courtyard. At that time, Liang Xiaoming wanted to deprive young Chen of the Liang courtyard, but he was suppressed by the head of the palace. The result was that the palace master and the elders of the Chunyang Palace all had rooms in the Liang courtyard. The hall masters of other halls also had rooms, but the master of the Bright Moon Palace did not. Young Chen was not a person who repaid evil with good. If others wanted to seize his property, he would never take out his own property to please others. This kind of character was not uncommon among cultivators, so no one took it seriously. But in the eyes of the people of the Bright Moon Palace, it was clear that young Chen despised the Bright Moon Palace. Coupled with the matter of Chu Heng, the acting palace master Song Xing was extremely unhappy with young Chen. It just so happened that young Chen's current duty was to be a disciple of the outer sect, and young Chen had left for half a year because of Gaou's injury. In addition to the 4 months that he came back to heal Gaou, young Chen had not fulfilled his duties as a disciple for a full 10 months. This gave Song Xing an opportunity to deal with young Chen. Because young Chen was in seclusion, even if he attacked, he could not call young Chen out, so he could only wait for young Chen to come out. Now that young Chen had come out, less than a day later, Song Xing began to urge the head of the palace and the hall masters to come and denounce him. I don't know. Young Chen replied bluntly in the face of Song Xing's accusation, Please enlighten me, Martial Uncle Song. H. You won't repent until you see the coffin. Song Xing snorted coldly. Ignoring the frowns on the faces of the other hall masters and hall masters, he said, as an outer sect training disciple, you left your post without permission, did not teach well, and misled the disciples. What else do you have to say? Song Hang was fearless this time. Even if he knew that the head of the palace and the other hall masters would not pursue the crime of young Chen, he still made such an accusation. Young Chen had left the Nine Earth Mountain Villa for 10 months. This was a fact that could not be erased. No one could say anything good about young Chen. In the matter of the Liang courtyard, the Bright Moon Palace was suppressed by the palace master who favored young Chen, because it was reasonable. Now Song Hang wanted to stand on the side of reason, so that the head of the palace and the other hall masters had nothing to say, and they had to punish young Chen's crime. Sure enough, when Song Hang opened his mouth, everyone else was speechless, and no one could argue for young Chen. Everyone knew this, and they couldn't deny it. The head of the palace also had a difficult look on his face. He didn't want to do anything to young Chen, but Song Hang was talking about the rules of the sect, and it was not good to be partial. This time, he could only inconvenience young Chen. Martial Uncle Song, I want to know, which rule of my Chunyang Palace stipulates that the outer sect training disciples can't leave the Nine Earth Mountain Villa? Young Chen was not in a hurry. He stood in front of the crowd and said, I don't know the crime of leaving your post without permission, but what is it? Hearing the distinction of young Chen, the head of the palace seemed to feel that this matter would not necessarily develop in the direction that Song Hang thought. There was a sudden smile on his face, and then he sat up straight, waiting for the next change. The other hall masters were also excited and began to listen. There is no such rule in my sect. Zhu Chendao, the medicine hall master who had always had a good relationship with Yang Chen, was the first to jump out and express his support for Yang Chen. What do you say? There is really no such rule, Song Hang. Isn't this a bit of a crime? Of course, everyone would not speak for Song Hang, and they all agreed. This was not Yang Chen's quibbling, but other former training disciples had also left the Nine Earth Mountain Villa, but they did not leave as long as Yang Chen, at most 1 or 2 days. But for the crime of leaving his post without permission, there was no difference between 1 or 2 days and 1 or 2 years. Since the former training disciples could leave the Nine Earth Mountain Villa, then Yang Chen could also leave, so he couldn't use this as an excuse. Yang Chen cleverly used this to make Song Hang unable to say half a word. Well, leaving your post without permission is not your fault. Song Hang was not discouraged. Yang Chen left the Nine Earth Mountain Villa for 10 months, and the teaching of the outer sect disciples was left behind. This was a sure thing. No matter how Yang Chen covered it up, it would not help, so Song Hang was very generous and let go of this. However, the teaching is not good, misleading the disciples. What do you say? Song Hang immediately began to grab the later sin. You did not teach the outer sect disciples for 10 months. It is not too much to say that you are misleading the disciples, right? At this point, even if the head of the palace came out, he could not speak for Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen's performance before was too sure, so the head of the palace felt that Yang Chen must have something to say. Uncle Song, the teaching is not good, misleading the disciples. Uncle Song, you don't have the final say. Yang Chen's voice was not high, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. I don't have the final say, then who has the final say? Is it the palace master? Song Hang sneered. He seemed to feel that Yang Chen was already fighting like a cornered beast, still trying to escape. So, please tell the palace master, is Yang Chen's behavior counted as inadequate teaching and misleading the disciples? This was forcing the head of the palace. At this moment, the head of the palace had to cough lightly and speak. Unexpectedly, before waiting for the head of the palace to speak, Yang Chen had already spoken again. In fact, the head of the palace does not have the final say. When Yang Chen spoke, everyone was shocked at the same time. The matter of the Chunyang Palace, the head of the palace actually did not have the final say. This was not good. This was clearly not putting the head of the palace in his eyes. Bold. Zhu Chendao was anxious, and hurriedly shouted at Yang Chen, so that Song Xing wanted to slap the table and shout in his mouth. It was better to listen to Zhu Chendao than Song Hang. Yang Chen, you tell me, this teaching is not good, who should have the final say? The head of the palace was also a little angry and asked in a deep voice. If Yang Chen's explanation was not reasonable, he could not say that he would be punished. Since you blame the disciple for not teaching well, misleading the disciples, Yang Chen smiled and said calmly, that is naturally up to those outer sect disciples who are taught by the disciples to have the final say. Chapter 319. Is it up to the taught disciple to have the final say? The head of the palace was stunned, and then he seemed to be suddenly enlightened, and laughed. Yes, it is up to the disciple to have the final say. This cultivation thing was like drinking water, it was cold and warm. Others were high in cultivation, how could they know if other people's cultivation was smooth, whether it was right or wrong? No matter what method was used to judge the result, it was not as good as the person's own feelings. To say something unreasonable, even if he had practiced it wrong, but his own cultivation was smooth, his spiritual power was stable, and his spiritual mind was clear. So what if he practiced it wrong? What kind of cultivation method was not suitable for everyone, and what kind of cultivation method could not be guaranteed to be 100% correct? Perhaps the correct cultivation method for this person was wrong for another person. Everyone's aptitude was different, and their perception was different, which also brought about differences in cultivation. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be the same? Yang Chen said this. Even the head of the palace felt that it was reasonable, not to mention the other hall masters. As for Song Xing, needless to say, even the head of the palace did not count. What he said naturally did not count. Is it up to the taught disciple to have the final say? Song Xing did not agree with such a method. Palace master, If those outer sect disciples are frightened by Yang Chen's despotic power, and dare not say their true thoughts, won't they be fooled by him? Then what do you say? The head of the palace also seemed to know that the people of the Bright Moon Hall were targeting Yang Chen, but now they were holding such a small problem, it seemed a bit excessive. There was also a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. This disciple has a way. Song Xing did not seem to hear the tone of the head of the palace, and slowly said, since Yang Chen said to let the outer sect disciples have the final say, then let them say it. However, it is under the mind-bewitching technique of Hall Master Meng. Presumably, under the mind-bewitching technique, they will not lie. Yang Chen, what do you mean? The head of the palace turned to Yang Chen and asked with a questioning tone. At your command, Palace Master. Yang Chen was indifferent to this. What he wanted was for the outer sect disciples to tell the truth. Song Xing was afraid that the disciples would be forced by Yang Chen's despotic power, so he used the mind-bewitching technique, which was exactly what Yang Chen wanted. With this, it would not be easy for Song Xing to arrange any means. Good. Palace Master Zhong Jiao immediately made a decision. Let's do it according to Song Xing. Since you, Song Xing, have doubts, then why don't you personally select the outer sect disciples to come here and question them on the spot? Yes, Palace Lord. Song Xing couldn't wait for that to happen. He immediately went out with Hall Master Meng Xian of the Law Enforcement Hall to find suitable disciples to interrogate. The Palace Master and other Hall Masters were in the lobby and began to ask about Yang Chen's treatment of Gaou. Gaou's injury, all of them had seen it, especially the Medicine Hall Master Zhu Chendao. Everyone knew that it was a heavy spiritual awareness that was constantly dissipating, but there was no good way. Yang Chen actually took only 4 months to cure Gaou, which really surprised everyone. This disciple has no special way. It was an urgent matter, so I had to use a method of spiritual awareness double cultivation recorded in a miscellaneous book. Yang Chen's words were true and false. He did not tell the truth completely, nor did he lie completely. Master's spiritual awareness is about to dissipate, and the illness is urgent. This disciple really has no way. I can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Fortunately, after many difficulties and dangers, I still succeeded. The reason why he wanted to reveal the statement of spiritual awareness double cultivation was that he first had to give a reasonable explanation to the high-level officials of Chunyang Palace. Of course, he constantly emphasized that it was an urgent matter, but he was also afraid that this practice of spiritual awareness double cultivation could not be accepted by the sect. If this was the case, there would be big trouble in the future. But with this reason, people had to accept it. Either he died, or there was a method of spiritual awareness dual cultivation. Speaking of which, this was not the real body fusion dual cultivation, and it had not involved the treason of master and apprentice incestuous. Even if others wanted to pursue it, they could not pursue it. Oh, this cultivation method is so effective. The head of the palace was a little moved and began to ask, can it be implemented in my sect? Several other hall masters were also very interested and listened carefully. Difficult. Yang Chen shook his head directly. Some things were not suitable for people to know, even in his own sect, especially when there were people like Song Xing and Liang Xiaoming in the sect. The cultivation method is difficult, and it is a double cultivation. This disciple just barely restored master's spiritual awareness, but it was also seriously consumed. Both the disciple and master's spiritual awareness have fallen by a realm. It is already a blessing in misfortune to be able to wake up master. These were what Yang Chen had already said to Gaou. Anyway, Gaou would not reveal the secret of double cultivation. When Yang Chen said this, everyone nodded. If there was such a good cultivation method, it would not be recorded in the miscellaneous books, but in the scriptures pavilion. Yang Chen, if Song Xing finds a few disciples who are not worthy, won't you be punished? Zhu Chendao had long been worried about Yang Chen. Seeing that Yang Chen still did not seem to be worried, he couldn't help but ask aloud. Of course, Zhu Chendao seemed to be questioning Yang Chen, but in fact, he was reminding everyone present that the words of a few unworthy disciples would affect the conviction of Yang Chen, which would be somewhat unfair. It's okay, thank you Uncle Zhu. Yang Chen had a well-thought-out look, And it seemed that he was not worried about this problem at all. It's the same no matter who he looks for, there will be no result. Even the head of the palace seemed to be shocked by Yang Chen's appearance and the tone of his answer. The sect was big, and there were hundreds of outer sect disciples. There would always be one or two who were not up to standard. How could Yang Chen have such certainty? However, no one asked much. Anyway, things would be clear in a while, and there was no hurry. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding not to ask Yang Chen about this, but to ask about other experiences in the 100,000 mountains, some specialties there and so on, slowly killing time, waiting for Song Xing to select disciples. 2 hours later, Song Xing and Hall Master Meng Xian finally brought the 20 disciples to the main hall. All the people were selected by Song Xing. Meng Xian just followed to be a witness and did not make a move to select people. However, what made Meng Xian dissatisfied was that Song Xing even selected a few slaves with general cultivation bases, and they were also counted as outer sect disciples. When choosing, seeing this scene, Meng Xian frowned, but did not say much. These slaves were also in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa. According to reason, they could also ask for advice from the disciples. Yang Chen, this time I will make you sincerely admit your guilt. Song Xing came back with people and then sneered at Yang Chen. Chapter 320. Master Uncle, please go ahead. Yang Chen made a gesture of invitation indifferently, letting Song Xing and Meng Xian in the middle, and he retreated to the side. The questioning was naturally handed over to Song Xing himself. Song Xing pointed to a disciple unceremoniously, let him stand in the middle, and then asked Hall Master Meng Xian to start. Meng Xian was a master of the Yuanying stage, plus he was in charge of the law enforcement hall. Song Xing did not dare to be arrogant, and the tone used was very polite. Mind-bewitching technique was a small hypnotic method to confuse the mind. Under normal circumstances, if the person being used was vigilant and resisted, it would be difficult to succeed. This was why Wen Qian and her apprentices did not use this simple technique, but used the way to explore the memory. However, after all, the object was an outer sect disciple, a junior in the qi refining stage. Hall Master Meng Xian was a Yuanying stage cultivator. The gap between the two sides was too far, plus the presence of the head of the palace, who told the disciples not to resist. Hall Master Meng Xian almost effortlessly hypnotized the third-level disciple. You tell the truth, during the period when Yang Chen was a disciple, did he ever give you careful guidance? Song Xing wholeheartedly wanted to make Yang Chen look good, so he didn't ask about the name of this qi refining disciple, and just went straight to the topic. Yes, Master Uncle. Although he was in a state of hypnosis, the disciple also knew the respect. After the first salute, he replied Master Uncle Yang did not abandon this disciple. For the characteristics of this disciple's cultivation method and cultivation, he explained it in detail once. It made this disciple suddenly enlightened. This disciple is grateful. Originally, he wanted to hear the answer that Yang Chen did not answer his questions at all, but he did not expect it to be such an answer. Song Xing could not help but be a little depressed. Song Xing wanted to ask if these disciples had been instructed by Yang Chen at the beginning, and then specifically looked for those who had not been instructed. However, with Meng Xian on the side, he did not dare to be so blatant, and in order to show his fairness, he and Meng Xian went out to pick people, but they only looked at the cultivation base, and did not ask questions. They would let people come over, but he did not expect there to be such an oversight. How was your cultivation before I gave you pointers? How is your cultivation after? Song Xing did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of the head of the palace and the hall masters. He just continued to ask you tell the truth. Reporting to Marshal Granduncle, this disciple is slow-witted. I've been an outer sect disciple for more than 2 years, and I've always been stuck at the first layer of qi refining. The disciple's eyes were blurred, but he quickly replied, after Marshal Uncle Yang taught me, I had an epiphany. In less than a year, I reached the 3rd layer of qi training. This disciple was specially chosen by Song Xing based on his cultivation. He thought that he would embarrass Yang Chen, but he didn't expect his answer to be like this. How was this Yang Chen misleading students? He was a master with a brilliant disciple. If it were Song Xing himself, he wouldn't dare to boast that he could help a foolish disciple who had been lingering in the 1st layer of aura refining for 2 years to enter the 3rd layer of aura refining within a short 10 months. Perhaps external pills could achieve this effect, but Yang Chen clearly hadn't been to the Nine Earth Mountain Villa for 10 months, so it was impossible for him to use this kind of method. I'll ask you. During Yang Chen's trip, do you have any puzzles in your cultivation that need to be answered, but you can't find Yang Chen's situation? When it came to this, Song Xing had to force the question to be answered by Yang Chen. However, he, a dignified Jedan stage disciple, the acting hall master of the Bright Moon Palace, actually had to use such a method to deal with Yang Chen, which made others look down on him. There is no such thing. This disciple was also straightforward, directly destroying Song Xing's attempt in the cradle. Martial Uncle Yang's instructions were very detailed. When this disciple might encounter any problems, how to solve them, they have all been pointed out. This disciple is just following the steps and verifying them one by one. Today, all the problems of this disciple's cultivation have been pointed out by Martial Uncle Yang. If there is no accident, within 2 years, this disciple does not need to ask Martial Uncle Yang for advice. Boom, this disciple's words were like thunder, directly shocking the head of the palace and the other hall masters. There was such a thing. All the problems of cultivation were pointed out, just verification. Within 2 years, no need to ask for advice. What kind of teaching level was this? Even the head of the palace could not guarantee that he could do better than Yang Chen. Song Xing's face was full of embarrassment, but he could not question it. This disciple answered the question under Meng Xian's mind-bewitching technique. There was absolutely no falsehood. But this answer was obviously not the result that Song Xing wanted. Perhaps a disciple was blinded by Yang Chen. Song Xing was not reconciled, and immediately changed to another disciple. The same questions were asked in a series. What made everyone shocked was that the disciple's answer was exactly the same as the previous disciple. Yang Chen's instructions were very detailed, and he also did not need to ask for advice for at least 1 or 2 years, as long as he cultivated step by step. After asking a dozen disciples, no one answered that they had not been pointed out by Yang Chen. All of them answered almost the same way. Even if Song Xing was not reconciled, he also asked the few specially found slaves, but what made him desperate was that these slaves had also been pointed out by Yang Chen, and their cultivation base had been improved. This was not to question Yang Chen, it was clearly to paint powder on Yang Chen's face. Moreover, in front of the head of the palace, he was asking for Yang Chen's credit in disguise. How is this possible? Song Xing's face was full of unwillingness, but he was extremely shocked and said, how can you be proficient in all the cultivation methods? You can even understand what problems you will encounter in cultivation. What's impossible about this? Yang Chen smiled slightly. If Uncle Song also memorized the scriptures pavilion, maybe you will also have such a level. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Song Xing shouted almost madly, you must have hypnotized these disciples as soon as you arrived at the Nine Earth Mountain Villa, right? Isn't that right? When he shouted, the face of the palace master and others had already changed. It was clearly unreasonable. Uncle Song is cultivating the Tiani pure water secret art, right? Yang Chen suddenly smiled. Your cultivation base is already at the peak of the Jedan stage. Is it that recently the spiritual power has reached the Qi point and it is difficult to go down, which leads to severe pain in the shoulder, and there is a feeling of needles in the back of the waist, and the cultivation base cannot be improved, and can't get rid of it? When you use the flying sword, there is always a feeling of powerlessness. There are no signs of forming the nascent soul for a long time. How do you know? Song Xing was stunned and asked in shock, and then his face was happy. Do you know how to solve it? Since I know the symptoms, of course I know how to solve it. Yang Chen smiled slightly and looked at Song Xing playfully. How to solve it? Song Xing couldn't wait to ask. Although I know the method. Yang Chen asked slowly, but why should I tell you? Chapter 321. From the beginning of Song Xing's questioning of the first disciple, the head of the palace and the others have never stopped being surprised. Everyone asked, and this surprise did not decrease, but became more intense. In the short period of less than 8 months since Yang Chen became a disciple and he left the Nine Earth Mountain Villa, every disciple of the Nine Earth Mountain Villa was actually pointed out by Yang Chen, and the instructions were so detailed that it simply made them dumbfounded. Listening to one disciple after another, what kind of problems they might encounter, how the predecessors in history solved it, how they could learn from it, or how to solve it. This was not a guidance, it was simply a step-by-step guidance. Everyone couldn't help but be envious, including the head of the palace. They were envious of those outer sect disciples at this time. If they had such a disciple to guide them when they were in the Nine-Earth Mountain Villa, how much energy could they save? What's more, when everyone entered the mountain gate together, who didn't have a few relatives and friends? It's just that each had their own opportunities. Now they have become the palace master, hall master, and hall master, and those friends may have become slaves. If there was such a disciple at the time, maybe everyone could still maintain the relationship of brothers and sisters. In addition to the surprise, everyone couldn't help but look at Yang Chen in a different light. Although Yang Chen was only a small early stage foundation stage, who here could pat their chest and say that if they were a disciple, they would be more competent than Yang Chen? Not to mention that a person was proficient in the cultivation of all the 5 elements, those insights alone were not comparable to everyone else. Who could immediately remember that a certain predecessor had encountered the same or similar problems when they encountered a problem, and could remember how they solved it at that time? In front of Meng Xian, the Yuanying stage law enforcement hall master, those people couldn't lie at all, especially under the influence of the mind-bewitching technique. Every word they said was a portrayal of their hearts. It really couldn't be more true. No one would suspect anything, not even Song Xing. Yang Chen had pointed out his current problem in one sentence, and frankly said that he knew the solution. This had already shocked Song Xing to the point where he could no longer move. The problem that had troubled him for decades was because he couldn't solve it. That was why Song Xing was trapped at the peak of the Golden Elixir realm, unable to break free. He even had a strong feeling that as long as he passed this threshold, he would immediately attract the Thunder Tribulation and enter the nascent soul stage. If it were not for this bottleneck, Song Xing would not have agreed to Liang Xiaoming's request to temporarily manage the Bright Moon Hall. He wanted to find a way to break through by giving up on cultivation for a period of time and turning to other aspects. If Yang Chen had only said that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, that would have been fine. Everyone knew about it. Even if Yang Chen said that the cultivation method was exactly the same, it didn't matter. After all, it wasn't a secret. All the elders knew about it, so it wasn't a big deal for Yang Chen to know about it. However, what made Song Xing horrified was that Yang Chen broke his crux in one breath. Even where his spiritual power was trapped and what symptoms were on his body were clearly stated. Even if it was his own master, it was impossible to know the feeling of his body. Yang Chen actually said it out. This was no longer shocking to Song Xing, it had risen to the point of fear. But on the other hand, Song Xing was a little surprised. Since Yang Chen knew all the symptoms of his body, it meant that he really knew where his problem was and how to solve it. However, Yang Chen rejected Song Xing's idea of asking for advice with a sentence. "I know what I know, but why should I tell you?" These words couldn't be more straightforward. He didn't mean to speak again at all. It made Song Xing's heart itch, but there was nothing he could do. If it was him, it was impossible to tell a guy who had just come out of the retreat to save his master for less than a day and came up to find trouble. Because of the relationship between Liang Xiaoming and Chu Heng in the Bright Moon Palace, coupled with the last disposal of the Fierce Sun Courtyard, the sect was obviously biased towards Yang Chen, which led to a little dissatisfaction with Yang Chen. As long as there was a chance, everyone could not wait to teach Yang Chen a lesson, so that it was also good to be able to add some obstruction. It must be known that in the path of cultivation, in addition to the cultivation method, the mood was also very important. Even if you had everything, but from time to time, you would be depressed, and it would be difficult to improve. This was also the reason why Song Xing knew that this time Yang Chen's crime of leaving his post without permission was established. At most, Yang Chen would be punished to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. He also specially brought the head of the palace to find trouble with Yang Chen. However, what Song Xing never thought was that he did not find trouble with Yang Chen, but he himself had a knot in his heart. It was clear that Yang Chen knew the way to break through the bottleneck, but in Yang Chen's mind, Song Xing could never get it. This kind of anxious mood, if it was a little more, it would be a heart devil. Almost all the people present understood Song Xing's embarrassment now, and they also understood his distress. However, right and wrong were only because of talking more, and the trouble was because of standing up. Song Xing wanted to stand up for the Bright Moon Palace and Liang Xiaoming, so he had to bear the consequences of such behavior. Even the head of the palace did not know how to deal with it for a while. If Song Xing broke through, Chunyang Palace would have one more Yuanying stage master, but at this moment, even if it was him, how could he ask Yang Chen to help? He could only wait for this matter to pass a little, and then seek a solution. I think, in today's assessment, Yang Chen, the outer sect disciple, did a good job. The head of the palace obviously wanted to change the topic and judge the result of this time. However, the head of the palace wanted to let go, but some people were interested. Because of the relationship between Du Qian, Meng Xian of the Law Enforcement Hall, who appreciated Yang Chen very much, directly stopped the words of the head of the palace. For the time being, we can't draw this conclusion. We just found a few disciples with low cultivation, but we didn't find those with high cultivation, and the disciples of the Yi Xiu Villa have not been asked, so it is more appropriate to ask. As soon as Meng Xian opened his mouth, Song Xing seemed to have been supported, and he immediately became spirited. Since it has been determined that he could not get the answer from Yang Chen, why not investigate this matter to the end? In addition to the beginning and the end, it could also make Yang Chen unhappy. Yes, we should find those disciples with high cultivation. Song Xing immediately added, in the past 2 years, there has not been a single outer sect disciple in the foundation stage. Obviously there is a problem. Chapter 322. Strictly speaking, since Yang Chen took over as a disciple, it was true that there was no foundation stage disciple. In addition to the previous 8 months, the next 10 months, and a year and a half, there was no outer sect disciple who entered the inner sect. It was easy for low-level disciples to improve their cultivation base, but it was not so simple for high-level disciples. Everyone knew this. Just now, Song Xing only looked for those with low cultivation base, thinking that he could catch Yang Chen's weakness, but he did not expect that it would be the icing on the cake for Yang Chen. Now that he was reminded by Meng Xian, he immediately became spirited again. However, Song Xing did not find the contempt in Meng Xian's eyes. In fact, no one present found it. Yang Chen had a well-thought-out plan, and he was not afraid of anyone. The more people Meng Xian found, the more glory it would bring to Yang Chen's face. Therefore, although Yang Chen felt strange about Meng Xian's words, he did not have the slightest objection. The head of the palace was also very surprised by Yang Chen's set. He also wanted to know the effect of Yang Chen's guidance. Meng Xian's proposal was exactly what he wanted, and he immediately told Song Xing to find people again. Watching Song Xing and Meng Xian leave, the head of the palace suddenly faced Yang Chen and asked, "Do you really know his crux?" "Of course, Palace Master." Yang Chen replied with a smile, "However, I won't say it." Even if the head of the palace opened his mouth, Yang Chen also refused, and did not reveal a bit of information. Today's matter, Song Xing's face was greatly damaged. Even if Yang Chen told him the solution, he could not be grateful to Yang Chen. In addition, if Song Xing broke through and entered the Yuanying stage, then the Bright Moon Palace would have another master, and Song Xing's own status would also be improved. Yang Chen's life would definitely not be easy. Yang Chen was not stupid. How could he let a person who was hostile to himself improve? If Song Xing makes a breakthrough, my Chunyang Palace will have another master in the nascent soul realm. Of course, the head of the palace also had to fight for it. He said to himself, "It is of great benefit to my sect. There is one less master in the early Yuanying stage. This disciple is responsible for finding a master in the Mahayana stage." Yang Chen did not give face to the head of the palace. "I will never be worse than Song Xing, a master of the Yuanying stage." "What did you say? Dacheng stage master?" Not only the head of the palace, but several other hall masters were also shocked. Chunyang Palace had not had a master of the Dacheng stage for many years. Yang Chen actually opened his mouth and said a master of the Dacheng stage. Did he really think that the master of the Dacheng stage was a child's play? Allow me to report this matter in the future. After Yang Chen kept them guessing, he didn't mention it at all and directly pushed the matter to the future. Today, I would like to invite all of you to examine the effects of your disciples' cultivation imparting. Everyone could hear the unhappiness in Yang Chen's tone, but everyone understood. A group of people came to the Nine-Earth Mountain Villa with great fanfare, just to catch Yang Chen, a crime of leaving his post without permission. No one would be happy. Well, let's have a good inspection today. The head of the palace was relieved. Since Yang Chen said so, then things might have been settled. Anyway, it was only a little later. The head of the palace was also immediately open-minded, sitting on the top and waiting slowly. After another hour, Song Xing and Meng Xian had found suitable candidates from the Yishou Mountain Villa and the Nine-Earth Mountain Villa respectively and came to everyone. Reporting to the palace master, this disciple has made great progress under the guidance of Uncle Yang. A disciple who had already reached the peak of the qi refining stage, respectfully saluted the crowd and began to slowly explain, because the previous disciple was blindly seeking speed, it led to impure spiritual power. After the guidance of Uncle Yang, the impurities were eliminated and the spiritual power was pure. Uncle Yang said that haste makes waste. The foundation of the qi refining stage is far better than being greedy for a moment and forcibly breaking through to the foundation stage and damaging the source. The disciple of the qi refining stage did not seem to have anything to hide. This disciple has benefited a lot in the nourishment and consolidation of this year and a half. In a few months, the disciple has the confidence to build the foundation in one fell swoop. They were all masters. Whether what this disciple said was right or not, everyone didn't need to say it. It was just that when this disciple said that he had the confidence to build the foundation in one fell swoop, the tone of conviction had fully explained that he really felt the benefits of the nourishment and consolidation. Several disciples of the qi refining stage were asked, and the answers they gave were almost the same. The only difference was that each person encountered a different problem. They all needed time to solve it first and then seek to build the foundation. What was similar was the strong confidence they had in building the foundation. It seemed that everyone had no doubt that they could build the foundation in one fell swoop. Moreover, they had the confidence to do so without the help of external forces like the foundation establishment pill. Everyone present was well aware of the achievements of such disciples after building the foundation. After a few disciples, everyone looked at Yang Chen as if they were looking at a monster. It was the same for the new disciples of Yishou Manor. Apart from this year's new disciples who were still literate and learning the meaning of scriptures, as long as the disciples began to cultivate, they all had their own understanding of their own cultivation. Moreover, their understanding was extremely suitable for their own specific situation. The answers of these disciples even evoked the envy of the experts of the sect. If they had such a high-level disciple like Yang Chen when they started cultivating, they wouldn't have reached their current realm no matter how bad it was. Not to mention anything else, just the time and fewer detours would bring them a lot of benefits. For a time, everyone looked at Yang Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Especially the head of the palace. The blazing in his eyes made people have no doubt that he was looking at a peerless treasure. No one knew better than the head of the palace that if the outer sect disciples had such a level, then after 100 years, how strong would the Chunyang Palace be? Maybe it would be on par with the big sects such as the Taishanmen Blue Cloud sect. It was not impossible. Song Xing, what other doubts do you have? The head of the palace directly turned to Song Xing this time. He was the one who provoked the matter, and naturally, he had to give a conclusion. If he was dissatisfied, of course, he had to find an example. This disciple has nothing to say. In the face of such a situation, how could Song Xing say half a word? He could only bow and answer. But in his heart, he had already scolded Liang Xiaoming. Obviously, there was a chance to break through, but because of Liang Xiaoming's instigation, he ended up like this. It was shameful, but it also made Yang Chen proud. What about you? The head of the palace asked the others. We have nothing to say. This time, it was the voices of the hall masters, and they all looked at Song Xing and chuckled. Chapter 323. Song Xing wanted to teach Yang Chen a lesson, but the result was a disheartened head and face. The palace master and other hall masters that he had arranged before had now become his audience. Moreover, it was an audience that could not be offended. He did not even dare to kill them. Everyone dispersed in the Nine-Earth Mountain Villa, but only Song Xing left. Everyone else stayed, waiting for young Chen to explain the matter of the master of the darching stage. It was no wonder that everyone was so curious. It was really a master of the darching stage. He was definitely the object that countless sects would compete to win over. How could young Chen take advantage of it? Of course, young Chen would not say this in the Nine Earth Mountain Villa, and the elders were not present. Young Chen did not want to say it more than a few times. He simply invited everyone to the Fierce Sun courtyard and invited all the elders who could come over to explain together. Wang Yong also heard about Song Xing at this time. He was very angry, but before he could rush over, everyone had already come to the Fierce Sun courtyard. Seeing Wang Yong's angry expression, everyone still knew what was going on. They all bowed to Wang Yong and then praised Wang Yong's good fortune to accept such a talented grand disciple. After Wang Yong learned about the matter, he was also very relieved. The grand disciple had a long face, and his own face was also glorious. For young Chen, he also praised him and was not stingy with words of praise. There was no modesty and politeness at all. What are you being polite about? When someone mentioned it, Wang Yong's eyes stared. My grand disciple has a long face, naturally I have to praise him. If you are not convinced, you can also find a long-faced grand disciple. When the other elders heard about the matter of a master of the darching stage, they did not care about the things at hand and all rushed here. When everyone came, young Chen also invited Jiao Yu to the crowd and then began to explain. The reason why he invited Jiao Yu out was that young Chen was paving the way for his master. These people present were either elders or hall masters. If Jiao Yu wanted to enter the senior management of Chunyang Palace in the future, it was absolutely necessary to make friends with these people. In everyone's eyes, it was young Chen's display of respect for his teacher. All of them nodded in their hearts. At the same time, they were deeply jealous of Jiao Yu. Why couldn't they get such a good apprentice? Afterwards, young Chen didn't waste any more time and reported to the elders that Old Tree Demon wanted to join the Hall of Eccentrics. At the same time, he also told them that the Old Tree Demon was about to transcend his tribulation and that he had invited them to attend the ceremony. Young Chen's voice fell. In the main hall of the Fierce Sun courtyard, suddenly there was a sound of cold air being sucked in. Among the people present, the one with the highest cultivation base was Wang Yong, who had only reached the peak Yuanying stage. Among the other hall masters, there were many people in the Jedan stage who had not even passed the most basic 3 disasters. Suddenly, they heard that a master of the peak Yuanying stage was going to cross the Yin fire tribulation and everyone was allowed to watch the ceremony on the spot. Everyone almost went crazy. A master of the darching stage, that was a master of the darching stage. According to young Chen, the Old Tree Demon was a powerful guy who had forcibly suppressed more than a dozen Yin fire tribulations. What kind of cultivation base was he able to suppress the heavenly tribulation? What was that method? Not to mention the significance of a master of the darching stage to the sect. If this could be mastered by the sect, then when everyone was in the peak Yuanying stage, how many more opportunities would there be? Even if there were none of these, what kind of concept was it to be able to observe a master of the darching stage crossing the Yin fire tribulation at a close distance? It was simply an opportunity for everyone to understand and contact the edge of the darching stage in advance. For the elders and masters of the Yuanying stage, it was simply a great opportunity that they might not be able to encounter once in their lifetime. Even if it was a Jedan stage master, being able to witness such a tribulation was absolutely good for their own cultivation and state of mind. Such a thing actually happened in their own sect, and it was done by a little guy in the foundation stage. This was not a miracle, it was simply impossible in a miracle. But this good thing, which was like a golden pie falling from the sky, actually fell on the head of the Chunyang Palace. Everyone looked at young Chen as if they were looking at a monster. A little early stage foundation stage could actually lure a master of the quasi-darching stage into the sect. With such luck, how could other people still mix in? Such a master, joining the Hall of Eccentrics of the sect, who would not agree? At the darching stage, if they really wanted to seek something from the Chunyang Palace now, there was no need to use any intrigue at all. They could directly destroy the Chunyang Palace. No one would doubt that there was any ulterior motive in this. Everyone could only sigh at young Chen's good luck and good fortune. What else could they say? As for the tribulation ceremony, the seniors said that there are not many people, and let this disciple invite them. After young Chen waited for everyone to accept the shocking news, he slowly said again, this disciple will send invitations to the seniors in the next few days. At that time, if there is no invitation, please restrain the palace master. The seniors said that they do not want irrelevant people to attend. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone knew in their hearts that their invitations were inevitable. But at the same time, they all began to sigh for the people of the Bright Moon Palace. It would be strange if young Chen could issue invitations to Liang Xiaoming and Song Xing. They had just investigated the matter of young Chen's failure to pass on the power, and they still wanted young Chen to repay evil with good. At least the head of the palace did not have this extravagant hope. A few hours ago, Song Xing's cultivation bottleneck was pointed out by young Chen, but he never said a solution. Hanging Song Xing in the air was an obvious example. This kind of opportunity for the tribulation ceremony, Liang Xiaoming and Song Xing estimated that they would not even think about it. He didn't know that if they knew that young Chen still had such a hand, would they regret looking for trouble with young Chen before? This kind of opportunity, it is better to let the disciples of the sect see it. Elder Lin Yunfeng came out of the Bright Moon Palace, and naturally knew what young Chen meant by saying this, so he couldn't help but say. However, he did not directly say the people of the Bright Moon Palace, but counted all the Jedan stage disciples. In this way, he wanted to use the power of the crowd to force young Chen. Young Chen could not always offend all the Jedan stage disciples in the sect, right? It's not appropriate. Wang Yong shook his head directly. The people of the Bright Moon Palace targeted young Chen more than once or twice. If he did not stand up for young Chen, who would speak for young Chen? How is it not appropriate? Lin Yunfeng asked. For his own disciple, he had to fight for it. The senior said that there are not many people. Apart from us and other old guys, how many seats are there? Wang Yong shook his head directly. The number of hall masters added up is not small. If there are more, I am afraid that it will make the senior unhappy. Chapter 324. If that's the case, then all the hall masters can't be left behind. Lin Yunfeng was actually fighting for Liang Xiaoming's position. It was an excuse to pull all the Jedan stage masters. Since Wang Yong said that the hall master was the hall master, he naturally took the opportunity to settle this matter. Because Hall Master Hao Yu's judgment was unclear, the Palace Master and the elders unanimously agreed to punish him for 20 years. Wang Yong certainly knew what his grand disciple was referring to, and straightforwardly excluded Liang Xiaoming. It's not good to interrupt. This. Lin Yunfeng frowned. This kind of opportunity is rare. Let him come out to watch the ceremony, and then go back to the wall, okay? Liang Xiaoming's reflection on the wall was made public in the sect. Everyone knew that if he really wanted to support him, Lin Yunfeng was really not so righteous, and could only use the tone of discussion to say it. Elder Lin, Hall Master Liang made a mistake and was punished. Wang Yong refused to give in at all. He had just made a move on his own grand disciple, and now he wanted to get benefits. How could there be such a good thing? He directly denied it. If there are benefits, let them out first, take the benefits and then send them back. Is this called being punished? If outsiders know, they will laugh at my Chunyang Palace. Speaking of reason, it was definitely on Wang Yong's side. Those who made mistakes and were punished saw that there were benefits, let them out first to get the benefits, and then go back. This was not punishment, it was clearly a reward. As soon as this was said, even the palace master could not say anything more. Lin Yunfeng still wanted to argue a few more words, but the palace master had to sigh and said, Senior Brother Lin, Liang Xiaoming's matter should be handled according to Senior Brother Wang's intention. Those who made mistakes and were punished should not come out. But, Palace Master, Lin Yunfeng was also anxious. Such a good opportunity, but he could not let his own disciple observe, it was really unacceptable. Don't say it. The Palace Master directly stopped Lin Yunfei's words. Although my Chunyang Palace is not one of the best sects, the sect rules are the sect rules, not a child's play. If everyone looks down on the sect's rules, how can we restrict the disciples of the sect? The head of the palace put out the rules of the sect, but there was no room for maneuver. Lin Yunfeng could only shut his mouth sadly, but his resentful eyes stared fiercely at Yang Chen. Everything was caused by Yang Chen, including the fact that his own grand disciple Chu Heng had become a traitorous disciple was also thanks to Yang Chen. The enmity between them was getting deeper and deeper. While Lin Yunfeng was gloomy, the other elders could already tell that Wang Yong's bloodline, from the grandmaster to the master to the disciple, were all people who couldn't bear to rub sand in their eyes. If one side was wronged, the other side would immediately seek revenge. The group of people were very fortunate that their relationship with Wang Yong's bloodline was good, especially those who had a good relationship with Yang Chen, such as the Medicine Hall Master Zhu Chendao, the Foreign Affairs Hall Master Xu Chengshan, and the Law Enforcement Hall Master Meng Xian. They had such a lucky little friend. Even if they just benefited a little, it would make many people envious. Such a disciple must be protected with all their heart. Which disciple widened the main spiritual vein of the Chunyang Palace? Which disciple found a new spiritual vein and left a room for all of them? Which disciple got Elder Wu Xiong's cultivation experience and directly offered it to the sect for everyone to benefit? Which disciple had such an opportunity to observe the tribulation and did not forget to leave it for everyone? Who else could it be except Yang Chen? What merit did the Bright Moon Palace have to the sect that was worth taking out? In addition to enjoying the resources of the sect, when did they give so many benefits to the sect? They were not afraid of not knowing the goods, but they were afraid of comparing goods. When the two were compared, everyone could come to a conclusion. In fact, Hall Master Liang may have a chance. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, Yang Chen unexpectedly opened his mouth. Not only that, but the words he said shocked everyone. What chance? Lin Yunfeng was overjoyed. At this moment, he did not care that Yang Chen was a junior and asked hurriedly. Although this disciple has not seen the yin fire tribulation, I also know that during the tribulation, the fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth is not limited to one place. I am afraid that it will affect hundreds of miles around my Maiqing mountain. Yang Chen said, as long as it is within the range of my Chunyang Palace, it is estimated that this extraordinary spiritual power fluctuation can be felt. This was indeed reasonable, and everyone nodded slightly. However, Yang Chen did not finish and immediately said, this disciple has read some records of the predecessors. During the tribulation, if your cultivation is not enough, you can only avoid it from a distance. If you are too close and unable to protect yourself, I am afraid that you will be affected by the tribulation. At that time, I am afraid that the only ones who can really see the predecessors' tribulation are the elders. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression suddenly became better. These words seemed to give Liang Xiaoming an opportunity, but the opportunity was the same as not giving it. And the most important thing was that this remark eliminated the influence of Lin Yunfeng's previous proposal to let all the Jedan stage masters manage it. Originally, Lin Yunfeng's words would definitely make other Jedan stage masters have ideas. Even if they did not show it, they would have opinions on Yang Chen. But when these words came out, it was because everyone's cultivation was not enough and they could not get close at all. There was no chance at all. Who would complain that Yang Chen did not give them a chance? This was the logic, but the faces of the Golden Core Stage Hall Masters and Hall Masters changed. According to Yang Chen's statement, didn't it mean that they had no chance to observe closely and could only feel it from a distance? If the several Hall Masters want to watch it, it can't be said that the elders have to work together to protect it. Immediately after Yang Chen's words, several Jedan stage masters were full of hope, and their eyes were all focused on the head of the palace. Everyone was excited before, but they did not think about this layer. After Yang Chen's reminder, everyone began to consider this issue. It seemed that these Yuanying stage elders in front of them, it was estimated that it would be a little difficult to protect the Hall Masters of the Jedan stage. Not to mention the addition of Liang Xiaoming, just the few of them were already somewhat stretched. In this case, even if Lin Yunfeng wanted to add people, it was impossible. If Liang Xiaoming came in, someone must go out. Everyone had the same identity. Liang Xiaoming was still a person who was punished. How could he squeeze out the position of others? In this case, it can only be the elders plus everyone present. Lin Yunfeng could only helplessly admit that Liang Xiaoming did not have this blessing. However, he still grabbed another person. His own disciple did not have this opportunity, and this person could not do it. Gao is not the hall master, and can't be counted, right? When Lin Yunfeng said this, he did not look at Gao at all, but looked at Yang Chen. It seemed that he wanted to see Gao did not have this opportunity, and what kind of expression would Yang Chen have? Of course, Yang Chen admitted indifferently the elders only need to settle down a few uncles. Masters matter, this disciple will solve it. Chapter 325. Because there was no opportunity at all, Lin Yunfeng also fought for it with a thick face, but in addition to annoyance, he got nothing. The old tree demon was invited to come out, headed by the palace master of Chunyang Palace. Several elders also called the old tree demon a senior. The old guy, whether in terms of age or cultivation, was worthy of being called a senior. Finally, under the discussion of the elders, the palace master accepted a disciple on behalf of the master. The old tree demon also became one of the most senior group of people in Chunyang Palace, and also served as the hall master of the Hall of Eccentrics. In this regard, Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo had no objection. They did not learn how to fight for power. The old tree demon's cultivation was strong, and he became the hall master. The two of them were convinced. The next thing was that the elders began to prepare for the ceremony, how to protect more peak gold core cultivators, so that more people could share this unique adventure. Yang Chen and Gao returned to Gao's courtyard and cared about Gao's injury. I don't feel anything now. Gao faced Yang Chen's concern, her face was slightly red, and then she replied with certainty, not only that, the cultivation of my spiritual awareness has increased a lot. After that, Gao looked at Yang Chen with a worried face and asked, your spiritual awareness is greatly damaged, will there be any problems? It's okay, it's just a matter of a few days of cultivation. Yang Chen certainly would not let Gao feel guilty about this matter, and said with a look of indifference. This time you have offended Elder Lin and the people of the Bright Moon Palace. Gao's brows did not relax, and she said worriedly. But immediately Gao patted Yang Chen's shoulder, however, they have gone too far, you don't have to worry about it. If there is such a thing again, go directly to Master, Master will stand up for you. Wang Yong, Gao, Yang Chen's bloodline, it seems that there is nothing else, it is responsible, even Gao, a woman, said so, not to mention Wang Yong in front of Lin Yunfeng can't speak. This time it was obviously the people of the Bright Moon Palace who provoked him, and Yang Chen almost slapped them in the face. You said I'll leave my matters to you. After saying that, Gao turned her gaze to Yang Chen. Do you have a way to let me watch the ceremony without being affected? Don't worry, leave it to me. Yang Chen patted his chest and promised, I guarantee that it will be the first row. Gao might not believe it if someone else said it, but since it was Yang Chen, Gao absolutely believed it. For such a long time, Gao had a blind trust in Yang Chen, especially after the two spiritual awareness double cultivation, Gao's feeling was even stronger. Of course, Yang Chen was not bragging. He went straight back to find the old tree demon and began to help him choose a suitable location. This place had to be in Maiqing Mountain, and once it failed, it could not cause any loss to Chunyang Palace. Of course, the possibility of failure was too low. The old tree demon could suppress more than a dozen yin fire tribulations out of thin air. With the doppelganger secret art, he would never fail. This position also had to consider the benefits of the disciples of Chunyang Palace. At least the large-scale fluctuations of the heaven and earth yuan qi in the tribulation should be felt by most people, so the location chosen should be paid attention to. However, these palace masters would definitely consider it in more detail, so Yang Chen did not have to think much about it. He came just to confirm the time with the old tree demon and to make an appointment with the best location. No matter where it was, Yang Chen believed that there would never be a better place to watch the ceremony than the body of the old tree demon. However, the old tree demon's tribulation, unless he trusted the person to the point of being able to entrust his life to him, the old tree demon would never agree. But strangely, for Yang Chen's request, the old tree demon agreed. He didn't know if he really trusted Yang Chen so much, or if he felt that Yang Chen and Jiao, one in the early stage of the foundation stage and one in the early stage of the Jedan stage, had no threat. Anyway, The old tree demon promised without hesitation. In less than a day, the Chunyang Palace knew the news. As long as it was within the scope of Maiqing Mountain, almost everyone was looking forward to it with excitement. It was a pity that the time of the old tree demon's tribulation was very fast. The next night would begin. Otherwise, many people would inform distant relatives and friends. Even if they couldn't see it with their own eyes, it would be beneficial to feel the fluctuations of the vitality. The location of the tribulation had been chosen, which was between the Nine Earth Mountain Villa and the Chunyang Palace, slightly closer to the Chunyang Palace. This location, after calculation, was the most suitable place, and the old tree demon had no objection to this. Including the head of the palace, no one discovered that the old tree demon who had been with them was simply an incarnation, not the real body. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo knew a little, but they didn't say anything. They just followed the head of the palace and the elders to arrange the appropriate protective formation, experience the mystery of the formation, and at the same time, learn silently. A day's time to arrange the protective formation was enough for the head of the palace and the elders to be busy, but everyone was very excited. This kind of opportunity was not available every year. The last time Yang Chen was in the Blue Cloud sect, he let several masters of the Blue Cloud sect see Hua Wanting's tribulation. He was worried that there was no opportunity to let the head of the palace see it once. The arrival of the old tree demon was simply a timely help, just to satisfy this little wish of Yang Chen. Almost everyone was nervously waiting for the moment of the old tree demon's tribulation. The elders had prepared the formation and protected several hall masters in the formation. They themselves were outside the formation, and at the same time, they were also ready to feel everything at close range. In the expectation of the people in Maiqing Mountain, the old tree demon finally triggered his yin fire tribulation. To be exact, it was the incarnation of the old tree demon that triggered the yin fire tribulation. A seemingly illusory flame began to burn from the souls of the old tree demon's incarnation, and then went straight through the mud wall palace. The whole body of the old tree demon seemed to be shrouded in an illusory flame. The whole person seemed to have turned into a human-shaped torch, burning wildly. The old tree demon suppressed the yin fire again and again, but again and again, the yin fire burned his body, and the fluctuations of the world's essence energy caused by the powerful spiritual power almost spread throughout the entire Maiqing Mountain. Even if there was still a distance, several masters of the Yuanying stage were shocked. This kind of shadowless and invisible yin fire was the tribulation they had to go through if they wanted to hit the Daching stage. Just looking at it had such power. Once the real yin fire was on the body, what kind of fear would it be? The accumulation of the old tree demon was too thick, suppressing the yin fire over and over again, until after 9 times, all the yin fire attached to the old tree demon disappeared. Subsequently, a power that could not be looked at slowly burst out from the incarnation of the old tree demon. Chapter 326. The world's essence chi seemed to be out of control at this moment. The body of the old tree demon was like a huge whirlpool, madly sweeping the spiritual power of almost hundreds of miles. The clone of the old tree demon, in front of everyone's eyes, suspended in the air, began to complete the last step of his Daching stage transformation. The terrifying spiritual power was like a tide, drowning the body of the old tree demon, and every yin fire just burned the impurities in the body of the old tree demon clean. At this moment, the spiritual power washed, let the old tree demon break through the Yuanying stage and enter the realm of the Daching stage. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the old tree demon's clone raised his hand and a dense light spot spread out from his body. The light spots were like goose feather snowflakes, almost covering the entire Maiqing Mountain, and then all the light spots slowly fell to the ground and quickly disappeared above the ground. After a while, the place where the light spots disappeared grew a young Osmanthus tree seedling. Under the nourishment of the huge spiritual power, it grew quickly and grew to the thickness of a fist in a moment. At this point, the shadow of the Osmanthus tree was almost everywhere on the Maiqing Mountain. The small Osmanthus tree seedling behind Yang Chen's courtyard was no longer eye-catching and was submerged in the tens of thousands of Osmanthus trees. Except for Yang Chen and Jiao Yu, no one knew where the body of the old tree demon was. The formation arranged by the elders effectively resisted the attack of the spiritual power that escaped in the yin fire tribulation, and allowed several Jedan stage hall masters to witness this grand occasion. This was the first master of the Darching stage born in Chunyang Palace in hundreds of years, and it was the first time that everyone was fortunate enough to witness the birth of a master of the Darching stage. This also meant that Chunyang Palace would have a strong guarantee in the future, and the strength of the sect would go to a higher level. The group of elders, hall masters, and hall masters were so excited that they could not control themselves. They could not wait to go into closed-door cultivation to comprehend it. However, a master of the Darching stage had just been born, and he was also the hall master of the Hall of Eccentrics in the sect. How could they be so rude? Therefore, after removing the formation, the first thing everyone did was to congratulate the old tree demon. On the side of the old tree demon's body, Yang Chen and Gao Yu watched the old tree demon extinguish the 9 yin fires in a row and complete the process of crossing the tribulation. Compared with the clone outside, the old tree demon's body was not fierce at all. It was just a faint little flame. Every time it flickered, it would be suppressed. But Yang Chen knew that this small flame had concentrated at least 90% of the power of the yin fire tribulation. What was seen outside was only 10% at most. At such a close distance, Gao Yu could of course feel the horror of the yin fire. When she saw it, she couldn't help but turn pale and of her nervously clenched her fists. Those who haven't really seen the heavenly tribulation can't imagine how terrifying the little flame is. At least Gao Yu seems to be scared. If such a terrifying power were to befall him one day, would he be able to deal with it so easily? Master. Yang Chen discovered Gao Yu's abnormality in time and grabbed Gao Yu's sweaty little hand. Watching the ceremony is to let you increase your experience, not to hit your confidence. When Yang Chen's hand was grabbed, there was a warmth in her hand. Gao Yu also woke up from that kind of depression and gently broke away from Yang Chen's hand without a trace, and then recovered her spirit. You are now only in the early Jedan stage. The yin fire tribulation is indeed a little scary for you at the moment. But, believe me, Master. Yang Chen's eyes stared at Gao Yu's eyes. Let her also look at his own eyes. All the tribulations will not be an obstacle in front of you. Yang Chen's words made Gao Yu quickly open the knot in her heart. Watching the ceremony was to increase experience, not to hit confidence. Moreover, Gao Yu had absolute trust in Yang Chen. It seemed that as long as Yang Chen said it could be done, Gao Yu felt that it must be possible. Here Gao Yu's mood changed rapidly. The old tree demon over there had already completed the yin fire tribulation and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yang Chen and Gao Yu, who were closest to the main body, of course, understood the whole process more clearly. Congratulations! Congratulations! Yang Chen cupped his hands and congratulated the body of the old tree demon again and again. Gao Yu next to him also did the same action, a series of congratulatory voices. Next was the grand ceremony of Chunyang Palace. The old tree demon became the hall master of the Hall of Eccentrics in a very high-profile manner, and Chunyang Palace also announced in a very high-profile manner that there was a master of the Darching stage in Chunyang Palace. The friendly sect sent people to congratulate them, the sect began to receive them, and so on, a series of trivial things. Chunyang Palace once again became the focus, attracting the attention of countless sects and cultivators. However, all this had nothing to do with Yang Chen. In fact, after the ceremony that day, including the master of the palace, the people who watched the ceremony at the scene all carried out a small retreat. Everyone began to digest and absorb everything they saw. Gao Yu was no exception, and Yang Chen also conducted a detailed examination of his body. After saving his master, he was busy with a series of things. Yang Chen didn't even have time to check his own changes. Now that everything was done, he could finally check it carefully. Although the double cultivation of the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra brought Gao Yu back from the line of death, Yang Chen also had to pay a sufficient price. The cultivation of the spiritual awareness directly fell from the early Yuanying stage to the peak Jedan stage, a full drop of a big level. Even his sea of consciousness had shrunk a lot. But despite this, Yang Chen found that after this double cultivation, the framework of his sea of consciousness was more stable. The shrinking of the sea of consciousness was not the kind of shrinking of the disappearance of the spiritual awareness, but more like the forcible compression of the entire sea of consciousness, so that all the spiritual awareness was more condensed. After discovering this, Yang Chen was excited again. If he used all his spiritual awareness to exchange for Gaou's life, Yang Chen would not blink and frown. Now that he found out that it was likely that the result was not as bad as he had expected at the beginning, his mood was naturally more cheerful. After carefully practicing the three purities secret art, Yang Chen quickly found the difference. Compared with the original cultivation of the three purities secret art, it seemed that it was smoother and easier. Originally, the three purities secret art had reached the third level, but every time it was a little difficult, and it was not so easy to complete a cultivation. But now, it was easy, without any hindrance. Just like the territory was smaller, after the spiritual awareness was condensed, the flow was more rounded. It took a few days for Yang Chen to completely check his body. Except for the changes in the sea of consciousness, there was nothing unusual. In the following days, he began to recover the bottleneck. Someone visited Chunyang Palace, but that was not what Yang Chen cared about. Everything in Chunyang Palace seemed to be on the right track. Yang Chen once again returned to the Nine Earth Mountain Villa to continue his career as a disciple. Chapter 327. Gaou took back the red sun iron soul that Yang Chen had recovered for her and planned to refine a flying sword for Yang Chen. This flying sword was designed by Gaou with a lot of thought, and it would take at least a few years to complete. Now that the red sun iron soul was in hand, the main material of the flying sword was complete, and the rest was some auxiliary materials. However, this time, Yang Chen did not dare to let Gaou go out to look for it. He directly called Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo and took out more than 70 Chenkuan bags that they got from Howie Villa for Gaou to choose. Although it was already known in advance that Yang Chen, Shi Kuei, and Xie Shuo, together with the old tree demon with a scar, destroyed Howie Villa, but when so many Chenkuan bags were placed in front of them one by one, even the ancestor Wang Yong and the head of the palace were alarmed. Although the spiritual power of the 100,000 mountains was slightly deficient, the production was extremely rich. Howie Villa had been there for thousands of years, and the things they had hoarded were simply innumerable. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the materials that could fill up the entire blazing sun courtyard. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. Even Wang Yong had some doubts. If Yang Chen didn't stay this time, would it be possible for him to destroy a villa with such a huge heritage? So many materials, even if it was the Chunyang Palace, it was not easy to take it out. Not to mention that there were so many fine products in it, and at the same level as the Red Sun Iron Soul, there were at least dozens of pieces, and the spirit stones were countless. This. The head of the palace, who had always been old and prudent, looked at these things and began to stutter. The kind of blazing in his eyes was like a guy who had been hungry for dozens of days and saw delicious food, and it was a super Buddha jumps over the wall. If it weren't for the previous meeting of the sect's disciples above the Jedan stage, it had already been discussed that the things obtained by the disciples belonged to the disciples. The head of the palace would have immediately announced the confiscation of these things. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen shook his head repeatedly. Fortunately, he didn't take out the things he obtained from the auction house manager and the young master. Otherwise, wouldn't they go crazy? After all, he was still a master of cultivation. He understood that these things were just worldly possessions. The head of the palace quickly calmed down his fluctuating mood and turned his attention to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, how about we make a deal? Palace Master Zhong Jiao said with a pleasant face. If this tone was heard by people from other sects, they would definitely laugh at Chunyang Palace for not distinguishing between seniors and juniors. The head of the palace actually used such a tone for a disciple in the early stage of the foundation stage. Wasn't it just a matter of a word? Was there a need to do this? However, outsiders might find it difficult to understand the feelings of the palace master for Yang Chen. Even in addition to a few elders and hall masters, those ordinary disciples could not understand. When it came to the contribution to Chunyang Palace, even the head of the palace himself could not say that he could be more than Yang Chen. Not to mention the matter of Yang Chen's glory outside, just the veins of the Liang courtyard, plus the two Yuanying stage masters of the Hall of Eccentrics and the master of the Daching stage, were enough to make the head of the palace look at Yang Chen in a different light, and others would not have any jealousy. If it was counted in those outer sect disciples, Yang Chen's position in the mind of the head of the palace was directly above all the Jedan stage disciples. What was the use of a discussion tone? If it weren't for the fact that Yang Chen's cultivation base was too low to convince the public, the head of the palace could not wait to put Yang Chen in the position of an elder. Even if he replaced him as the head of the sect, he would be happy. Palace master, please instruct me. The head of the palace was kind, but Yang Chen did not dare to be arrogant at this time and hurriedly responded. You see, there are so many materials, you can't use them all at once. The head of the palace said, happily, can you let the disciples of my sect also use spirit stones to buy or exchange some suitable things from you? Rest assured, the price is according to the market price. I will never let you suffer. The request was not excessive. Yang Chen had already discussed it with Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo. Among these things, they did not take out the real boutique. Except for the materials used by Yang Chen's flying sword, the others were picked by several of them. On the way back from the 100,000 mountains, they didn't do anything else, they picked up all the good things. So many things, they were put there, they were originally intended to be taken out to do a favor. Of course, they would not do a favor in vain. Spirit stones were necessary. The head of the palace said that according to the market price, this did not show a favor. This one is for master, and the other two are for several predecessors of the Hall of Eccentrics. Yang Chen replied with a slight smile, these things, calculated with the market price, it seems too mean, so, according to the market price of 20% discount is good. When master chooses, I will hand these things over to Brother Shangguan to help us take care of them. If there is a need in the sect, you can exchange it at the market price of 20%. Although Shanghai Feng had already built the foundation, his qualifications were limited, and his future achievements were limited. Yang Chen and others naturally would not focus on these things, so they needed to find an agent to deal with these things. Shanghai Feng has been the general manager of the Yixiu Villa for decades, and he was very good at dealing with these chores, which just let him play his strengths. Yang Chen and Shanghai Feng had already said this to him when they handed over. Shanghai Feng knew his own things. With his qualifications, it was already the limit for him to reach the Jedan stage in this life. On the contrary, he was more happy to manage these things. He promised and patted his chest to guarantee that he could absolutely do a good job. Such a good thing, of course, the head of the palace, how could he not agree? He even made a promise that this treatment could only be enjoyed by the disciples of the inner sect of the sect. The disciples and servants of the outer sect should not think about external things and concentrate on cultivating the foundation stage. Of course, the inner sect disciples would not be allowed to use the price difference between the inside and outside to earn benefits. Once found, the gains would be confiscated and they could no longer trade. Of course, there were a few exceptions. Jiao Yu and Wang Yong took what they needed. This was Yang Chen's filial piety. Their own master and master ancestor, others could not say half a word. Jiao Yu took enough materials and began to discuss in detail with Wang Yong how to refine the flying sword for Yang Chen. Shanghai Feng became the shopkeeper of the Liang Courtyard grocery store. Soon, the Liang Courtyard once again became the focus of the sect. All day long, people came here to find Shanghai Feng. It was even more lively than the warehouse of the sect. After everything was arranged properly, Yang Chen also began to calm down, and no longer worried about other things. He was focused on being his own disciple, and at the same time, he was also preparing for the upcoming Dragon Embryo Spirit Cultivation Secret Art. Chapter 328. If there was no change in the development of this world, it seemed that in the next few months, the Dragon Embryo Spirit Cultivation Secret Art would appear and become popular in the entire cultivation world. As soon as Yang Chen returned to the Nine Earth Mountain Villa, he organized a round of guidance and inspection. On the one hand, he checked the cultivation progress of all the disciples and servants in the outer sect during this time. On the other hand, he seriously reminded them not to cultivate this kind of unknown cultivation method. As for the inner sect disciples, it was arranged by the head of the palace. Yang Chen even suggested to the head of the palace that when he found signs, he should immediately inform the world not to cultivate this kind of cultivation method. This was not Yang Chen's sudden kindness, but Yang Chen knew that even if Chunyang Palace issued such a notice warning, not many people would be willing to listen. In his previous life, the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art attracted the attention of many people. Most people did not believe it at first. Everyone held a research attitude to see if they could learn from the experience inside. Especially the masters, especially those who just entered the bottleneck period, they were willing to try any method that could break through the bottleneck. This was especially true among the big sects. As long as there were thousands of disciples in the inner sect, there must be a hall similar to the martial arts research hall, where a group of masters were specially gathered to study various cultivation methods, in order to improve the ancient cultivation methods or create new cultivation methods. This was a very good system that could constantly bring forth new ideas and strive for perfection. It was not that any cultivation method was so perfect when it was created. It was after the cultivation of countless people in later generations that the cultivation method could be modified little by little to reach a more perfect realm. When these people saw a cultivation technique that could raise all their attributes, they would definitely not ignore it. Among the major sects, in addition to those disciples who encountered bottlenecks, the biggest loss was such a group of elites. If it weren't for this, Lin Changhe would not have been attacked by a group of people. It was really that his practice had damaged the foundation of the major sects. Many people were immersed in the process of research. There were many Yuanying stage masters among these victims. It was not that there were no people around to persuade them. It was not that they didn't understand the truth that haste makes waste, but they still fell into it. Therefore, if the Pyongyang Palace issued such a note, it would only get a good reputation afterwards, and the event itself would not have any change. People always liked to summarize after the event, and they would remember the golden advice they heard at the time. At that time, the reputation of the Chunyang Palace would become more and more resounding among the major sects. Is there really such a troublesome cultivation method that can't be studied? Although the palace master Zhong Jiao attached great importance to it, he also held the same idea. Studying it, not cultivating it. Don't have a fluke mentality, just like the elders of the Blue Cloud sect do not believe that the blood vine can break through the Chenkuan bag. If the palace master doesn't want to lose the disciples of the sect master Xiong, if palace master doesn't want to lose disciples, it's best if you don't even look at this cultivation method after hearing the news. Sect Palace Master, Sect Xiong Sect Wu Xiong Sect. If you don, I don, you, I sect, you don, I, sect Master, the sect master of Xiong Sect, it of sect. Things that could make Elder Wu Xiong afraid would naturally not be simple. Soon, inside the Chunyang Palace, there was a strict ban. If anyone violated it, they would be directly expelled from the sect. The severity of the punishment was unprecedented. At this time, the dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art had a vague wind, and there were already some people who tried to cultivate it. When the news of the ban of the Chunyang Palace came out, many people in the sect were a series of jokes. What kind of medicine did the Chunyang Palace eat? They were so careful. A small cultivation method, they were scared like this. Chunyang Palace just had a master of the Darching stage, but it turned out that he was so timid that he was scared like this by a cultivation method. For a time, all kinds of rumors came one after another. The Chunyang Palace, with a master of the Darching stage, with such courage, how could they still cultivate? They should go home and farm. There were even many Jedan stage disciples and several Yuanying stage elders who objected to this. It was just a cultivation method, it was not a big deal. It was not necessary to expel them from the sect after studying it, right? Except for Yang Chen, Gaou, and Wang Yong, plus the head of the palace, everyone felt that this matter was a bit of a fuss. But this time, no matter how many people objected, the head of the palace was like a tortoise eating a weight, steeled his heart and did not change his original intention. He issued a strict ban and directly took out the power of the head of the palace among the elders. Even if the elders violated the precepts, he would be severely punished. No matter what the people outside were saying, the Chunyang Palace seemed to have become a closed sect, and they no longer paid attention to it. Yang Chen carefully inspected all the disciples and servants of the Nine Earth Villa and the Yi Xiu Villa. After carefully inspecting their cultivation base, he once again gave detailed instructions, and once again became leisurely. In another year or two, it would be the great tribulation of the demonic cultivation. Yang Chen certainly would not let go of such an opportunity. Shi Kuei, Xie Shuo, and even the old tree demon, came to the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. Under the guidance of Yang Chen, they began to refine their life source magic weapons. Of course, Shi Kuei had 4 sharp fangs, Xie Shuo was his tail stinger and big pincer. As for the old tree demon, it was his toughest trunk branch and soft and tough long roots. Although the cultivation base of the 3 powerful monsters was strong, but in terms of the starting device, they did not know how many streets Yang Chen had to go. The method of the monster race was different from that of the cultivators. In addition to Yang Chen's guidance, their only chance was to go to the spiritual world to get guidance from their predecessors after ascending. The strong cultivation base soon made the 3 of them achieve outstanding results. In just half a year, their life source magic weapons had completed the rough embryo. After all, it was their own things, and the refining was very suitable, there was no rejection at all. On the contrary, Yang Chen himself had not made any progress. What Yang Chen wanted to refine was one of the Yin-Yang 5 elements' secret ART's second wood flying sword. The material used was, of course, the blood demon vine. The blood demon vine has already sucked the flesh and blood of a master of the quasi-darching stage. Within the 100,000 mountains, it almost sucked the flesh and blood of thousands of cultivators of Howie Villa. There were Dao cultivators, demonic cultivators, and monster cultivators. The rich flesh and blood made the blood demon vine in a period of strong growth. This time was also the best time for Yang Chen to refine the flying sword. Of course, with Yang Chen's current cultivation base, it could only be regarded as refining a second wood flying sword embryo. In Yang Chen's plan, when the great tribulation of the demonic cultivation came, when the Dao cultivators besieged the devil Lin Changhe, this sword embryo must be completed. For Yang Chen, this second wood flying sword embryo had an important role. Chapter 329. It was when the blood demon vine was full of vitality and growing strong, together with the taproot, a piece of the main vine was picked down. This section, which concentrates almost 90% of the essence of the blood demon vine, is the main material of the second wood flying sword. If Yang Chen hadn't spent a lot of time subduing the blood demon vine in advance, it would not have been so easy to get the material. Even so, it took Yang Chen almost a month to completely remove this section of the main material. The body of the blood demon vine lost a large section of the taproot and the main vine, and suddenly lost all its vitality. It took Yang Chen almost 2 months to let the remaining blood demon vines slowly recover some vitality. However, it could only maintain a glimmer of vitality. Before there was enough strong blood sucking, the blood demon vine could only be like a weak plant, living a dying life. The rest of the time was to refine the second wood flying sword. The body of the blood demon vine was not strong enough, and Yang Chen still needed to add many other materials. Fortunately, this time the auction of Howie Villa and Magic Flame Valley was quite fruitful. Some auxiliary materials were even more advanced than the main materials of many cultivators to refine the flying sword. The consequence of advanced materials was that refining was difficult. There was no way to have the best of both worlds in this world. Fortunately, Yang Chen had the profound spirit furnace, and the profound spirit furnace had absorbed the sun's true fire and could smelt most metal materials. Otherwise, Yang Chen would not dare to think about refining the sword embryo. Another reason why Yang Chen decided to refine the second wood flying sword first was that Yang Chen's current second wood spiritual power was the spiritual power of the blood demon vine. From the perspective of control, it was also the most suitable, and the difficulty of refining was also the smallest. Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber was currently being nurtured in the blood river in his sea of consciousness. It was a magic weapon that Yang Chen wanted to nurture as his natal flying sword. In addition to the upgrade of its own materials and refining methods, the sword case could be upgraded by storing different sword souls. The Yi Wood flying sword was one of the 10 great Yin-Yang 5 elements flying swords that Yang Chen had ordered. Even if it was to create a sword embryo, it was also a painstaking effort. With Yang Chen's current cultivation base, in addition to using his own spirit power to temper the sword embryo over and over again, there was no other possibility. In fact, even if Yang Chen's cultivation was high, he would still use the same method. The higher the level of the flying sword, the higher the requirement for its master to be compatible with it. This kind of spiritual power tempering over and over again was itself to increase this kind of tacit understanding. Unlike his previous life, the young Chen of this life, in addition to the ordinary method, had 3 unattainable cultivation methods. Universe treasure raising secret art, heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art. Any one of them was coveted by countless people even in the immortal world, but now it was concentrated on young Chen alone. In addition to the routine cultivation method, he would first follow the ordinary method, then the Hutian spirit treasure refining secret art, then the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art, and finally the universe treasure raising secret art. This was young Chen's homework every day. In fact, after doing this, young Chen would practice the 3 purities secret art again, and the day would basically be over. Just as young Chen was preparing his sword embryo calmly and regularly, the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method had spread among the cultivators. No one knew where this cultivation method came from, but they knew that overnight, this cultivation method became famous all over the world. Among them, the ban of Chunyang Palace was not unrelated. With the ban of Chunyang Palace, the major sects also knew the name of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method. Chunyang Palace was so afraid, and naturally, many people did not take it seriously. First, some individual cultivators, in the absence of better cultivation methods, in order to improve their cultivation, began to practice with a try mentality. The heart crystal of meteorite seemed to have begun to be supplied everywhere in the cultivation world in a short period of time. This kind of ore was an essential material for practicing the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method. With the heart crystal of meteorite, the effect of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method almost made those who had practiced it ecstatic. The effect of almost ignoring all inner demons, and even being able to transform inner demons into the driving force of cultivation directly fascinated countless people. The dragon embryo spirit cultivation method, or the subcultivation method of the child-mother-devil-fetus method, was originally a cultivation method of the demon sect, but it was pretentious, so that people could not see the problem. Compared with the cultivation methods of Taoism, the cultivation method that could directly refine all kinds of negative emotions, increase confidence, and increase pleasure was far more fascinating than many of the orthodox cultivation methods of Taoism. There had never been a cultivation method that could refine the possible inner demons, all kinds of unhappiness, and other negative emotions, and even all kinds of distracting thoughts into one's own cultivation after practicing. In contrast, the cultivation method of Taoism, which required one to keep one's spirit and qi and concentrate, was simply too weak in front of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method. How attractive was the cultivation method that could turn all the distracting thoughts into cultivation? After the ban of Chunyang Palace, this effect was spread wildly in private. Which cultivator did not have a few relatives and friends? On the road of cultivation, it could easily last for hundreds of years. How could it be possible to live alone without 1 or 2 people to ease their emotions? Naturally, these people would think of their best friends first when there were benefits. If it was a secret manual, perhaps people would secretly practice it, but this kind of cultivation method that had already been spread out, no one would keep it a secret. Moreover, if they did not help their friends when there were benefits, they would be letting down their friends. More and more people joined the army of cultivation, and the cultivation method was also spread more and more. Soon, people found another benefit of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method. Some servants of small sects were surprised to find that among them, the most ordinary people who had no hope of cultivation and could not even find the feeling of qi, after practicing the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method, they easily broke through the first level of qi refining and entered the ranks of cultivators. First, the servants of a few small sects practiced without permission, and after practicing, they were surprised to find that their cultivation progress was even stronger than those official outer sect disciples. After being a servant for so many years, they could actually hold their heads up high one day. This immediately made those official outer sect disciples feel unbalanced, and they also rushed to start practicing. This discovery was the most fatal. Everyone knew that the foundation of disciples was the most important guarantee of whether a sect could survive for thousands of years. If practicing the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method could let the disciples with the worst qualifications enter the sect, then in the future, would the sect still have to worry about not having enough backup disciples? Wouldn't the sect become stronger? Chapter 330. The techniques of the demonic sects were easy to get started, but it was difficult to advance. However, when the solid improvement of cultivation was placed in front of them, they would not notice this obvious feature. Even if someone noticed it, they would not believe it. How could such a righteous technique be the means of the demonic sects? The crazy cultivation of the small sects and rogue cultivators led to the popularity of the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method. In just half a year, there were already many low-level cultivators in the chi refinement stage who had made rapid progress in their cultivation. They staged a passionate drama of revenge and humiliation everywhere, which stimulated more people to understand and cultivate. At this time, of course, some people remembered the warning of Chunyang Palace, and some people did not dare to touch it at all. However, as the people around them advanced in their realms after cultivating, they were stimulated by the huge increase in their cultivation level, and they could no longer hold it in. There was nothing wrong with the cultivation of others. How could it be as serious as Chunyang Palace said? In some small sects, almost everyone in the sect began to study this novel dragon embryo spirit cultivation method. After a few gold core masters joined, the real experts began to notice this magical technique. With various purposes, they began to join the army of cultivation. A year later, the entire cultivation world seemed to be spreading the magic of this technique. From the most basic newcomers who had not yet found the sense of chi to the gold core masters, all of them could improve the efficiency of cultivation. What kind of expert created this top-notch technique? The participation of the experts was naturally different from those junior disciples. They cared more about their original cultivation method. However, after a few months of cultivation, these gold core masters were also surprised to find that this technique not only did not have the slightest conflict with their original cultivation, but even had complementary effects. There were many requirements when cultivating the orthodox Tao sect's cultivation method. Although everyone's cultivation experience was enough to control it, a cultivator was still a human after all. They had not truly entered the realm of having no desires or desires. They had not entered the state of having no distracting thoughts. These seemed to be the strong points of the dragon embryo spiritual cultivation technique. Cultivating one's own cultivation method, coupled with the dragon embryo spirit cultivation method, could even improve one's original cultivation method very effectively. The dragon embryo spirit cultivation method refined all kinds of distracting thoughts and became a tonic for the original cultivation method, which then led to the original cultivation method's great improvement. The feelings of the experts were naturally different. When the number of Jedan masters joined, it naturally attracted the attention of the experts of some major sects. Therefore, after understanding the characteristics of this cultivation method, some Yuanying stage masters also began to join the research team. To be honest, if there were not a few famous Jedan stage masters who patted their chests to guarantee it, no Yuanying stage master would believe such a ridiculous cultivation method. How could this be? Having cultivated to this realm, who didn't understand the principle of more haste, less speed? How could there be such a speedy cultivation technique? But those Jedan stage masters who had cultivated before vowed that there was absolutely such an effect. The few experts held the attitude of researching, and began to ponder the principles of the cultivation method. Of course, he only pondered and did not cultivate. The warning of the Pure Young Palace, although many people were looking at it as a joke, but these big sects were not completely a joke, at least they still had a vigilant heart. Especially when everyone found that this dragon embryo spirit cultivation secret art really began to become popular in the cultivation world within a short year. Those who could cultivate to the nascent soul realm were no fools. Everyone was very cautious. They were all carefully comprehending the principles of the cultivation method and carefully analyzing the composition of the heart crystal of heaven meteorite. Those who had cultivated the dragon embryo spiritual cultivation method had not had any problems until now. The only change for everyone was that the speed of cultivation was faster than before, and the effect of cultivation was more efficient than before. This was very rare, and these Yuanying stage masters also hoped to be able to understand the truth of the origin and use it to strengthen the cultivation method of the sect. It had to be said that some of the methods in the dragon embryo spiritual cultivation method to absorb and refine bad emotions were still extremely exquisite, and it was also very tempting to those Yuanying stage masters. They even raised this part alone and carefully pondered it, hoping to unravel the secrets. The masters were naturally different. Soon, some people discovered that the heart crystal of heaven meteorite was an unusually important medium in this part of the content. Several Yuanying stage masters of different sects, almost at the same time, carefully took 1/10 of the heart crystal of heaven meteorite that ordinary cultivators needed to practice, and then tried to cultivate their own improved cultivation method. Almost like confirming the vision of the Yuanying stage masters, everything in the cultivation process was carried out according to the guesses and calculations of the Yuanying stage masters. The feeling of having everything under control, the sense of superiority and strong self-confidence brought by the successful improvement of the predecessor's cultivation method, made these Yuanying stage masters quickly lost in this feeling. In their eyes, they did not cultivate the dragon embryo spiritual cultivation technique. Instead, they referred to some of the principles in it and improved and perfected their own cultivation method. This was what a true expert should do. They should not cultivate according to the shallow cultivation method that even a disciple could cultivate. In fact, this process was not easy. Even if it was a few Yuanying stage masters, it took them at least a year to study and improve 2 kinds of cultivation methods, and they also took a lot of detours. Things that were easily obtained, everyone would not cherish them, but if they went through their own hard work, it would be completely different. Although the improved cultivation method still needed a little help from the heart crystal of heaven meteorite, it was already their own cultivation method. Whether it was in terms of the sense of accomplishment of cultivation or the level of the cultivation method, it was completely different from the low-level dragon embryo spiritual cultivation method. The consequence of the participation of the masters was that the big sects also began to pay attention to these cultivation methods, and specifically sent masters to be responsible for integrating the most core cultivation methods of the sect, and then perfecting them into a system. At this point, the entire world of cultivators had been dragged into it. In addition to Chunyang Palace, which had been foolishly ordering all disciples to contact and cultivate, other sects, including Taishanmen, Blue Cloud sect, and Five Elements sect, were also involved. Yang Chen has been paying attention to the news of the outside world. Fortunately, Elder Hua Wanting of Blue Cloud sect took her new disciple Sun Qingxue to retreat after Yang Chen left last time. It was estimated that until now, there has been no opportunity to come into contact with this harmful cultivation method. In the 3-year wait, Yang Chen's Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword's sword embryo also began to take shape day by day, and gradually there was a prototype of a flying sword. Chapter 331. The whole body of the second wood flying sword was the blood-red color of the Blood Phantom Vine, long, with a little softness, but extremely tough. The main root became a sword hilt, and the main vine was the sword body. The sword body was more than 6 feet long, and only one side was the blade. From this point of view, this second wood flying sword was more like a knife than a sword. Even the blade was transformed from the main vine of the Blood Phantom Vine. In addition to all the functions of the flying sword, this second wood flying sword also had the crazy ability of the Blood Phantom Vine. Of course, the sword embryo refined by Yang Chen, a reborn great principal golden immortal, could naturally be upgraded with Yang Chen's future cultivation base. Every day was sacrificial refining this sword embryo plus cultivation. After completely stabilizing the foundation stage, Yang Chen's spiritual power of all attributes was synchronized to a level and reached the second level of the foundation stage. Yang Chen also cultivated the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art to the 5th layer, and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art to the 7th layer. The role of these 2 powerful cultivation methods, Yang Chen also carefully measured the changes before and after the cultivation with the sky measuring ruler. In the hands of Yang Chen, the sky measuring ruler has also undergone tremendous changes. The sky measuring ruler, which was originally poorly maintained, was no longer the previous dilapidated appearance after Yang Chen used the heaven and earth treasure-raising secret art to nourish it. It has become a brand new appearance as if it had just been successfully refined. This sky-measuring ruler, Yang Chen, did not use the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art to refine it, and he did not even mark it with his spiritual awareness. Originally, this sky-measuring ruler was for the people around him to use when breaking through the bottleneck. It was meaningless to mark it with this exclusive mark. The mark on the sky-measuring ruler could be measured by degrees. 1 degree was probably equivalent to the spiritual power intensity of a normal early-stage foundation stage. According to the general truth, Yang Chen had just reached the early stage of the foundation stage. Even if he had 10 kinds of spiritual power, it was only about 10 degrees of spiritual power intensity, but the fact was not so. The spiritual power intensity was 39 degrees. This was the result of Yang Chen's spiritual power measurement on the sky-measuring ruler. Beside Yang Chen, Shanghai Feng had only reached 3 degrees. Wang Yuan was only slightly better than Shangguan Feng at 4 degrees. Du Qian, on the other hand, was much more powerful. He had reached 74 degrees and was already in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. At the same time that everyone's spiritual power strength was accurately measured, it also made a few people very surprised. They were both in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, but Shangguan Feng and Wang Yuan had reached the foundation establishment realm earlier than Yang Chen. However, their spiritual power had only increased a little compared to when they had just reached the foundation establishment realm. What did Yang Chen rely on? They were all in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, but he was so many times stronger than them. This was still the data before Yang Chen's spiritual power was upgraded. When he entered the second layer of the foundation establishment realm, he cultivated the 5th layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the 7th layer of the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art. The measured data had reached an astonishing 68 degrees. The increased spiritual power intensity of the 2 cultivation techniques was so shocking that Yang Chen did not dare to let others know about this data. Equally interested was Gaou. The results of Gaou's test were very standard. The early stage of the Jedan realm, just recovered from serious injuries, 110 degrees. If it was purely in terms of spiritual power intensity, the ordinary Jedan realm was only 100 degrees. Gaou just passed this number and did not seem to be very strong. Seeing this data, Yang Chen's determination to let Gaou practice the water attribute cultivation technique was even more determined. This great calamity of the demonic cultivation technique was obviously an opportunity. Of course, this also depended on how Yang Chen's technique was. When Gaou learned about the role of the sky-measuring ruler from Yang Chen's mouth, she didn't think so at first. There was no need to make a fuss about a thing that could measure the strength of spiritual power. Yang Chen actually spent a jin of high-grade spirit stones to buy it. It seemed that he was indeed a bit of a prodigal son. But when Yang Chen explained the true use of the sky-measuring ruler to Gaou in detail, Gaou couldn't help but widen her eyes and couldn't hide the shock. Who could have thought that a simple thing to measure the strength of spiritual power would have such a use? Obviously, this kind of thing was not a day or two in the auction house. It was not that no one knew that the sky-measuring ruler could measure the strength of spiritual power, but no one bought it. It could only be said that no one could think that the sky-measuring ruler could also be used for this. Go find master, he seems to be in some trouble now. Gaou learned the true use of the sky-measuring ruler and immediately couldn't sit still, and directly took Yang Chen to find Wang Yong. Wang Yong had made rapid progress some time ago, but now he has entered a bottleneck period. Despite the great stimulation of the heaven-seizing pill, his cultivation base has been unable to break through. Especially when he saw that there was an old tree demon in the sect, the pressure seemed to be greater. At this time, he was the most suitable person to use this sky-measuring ruler. Yang Chen didn't intend to hide it, and naturally went to visit the master ancestor with Gaou. After telling the role of the sky-measuring ruler to Wang Yong was simply surprised and happy. He was in the bottleneck period of the peak yuanying stage, and he always felt that he was making progress when he cultivated. With this sky-measuring ruler, Wang Yong firmly believed that he would never be troubled by this plateau bottleneck period again, and he would definitely have great confidence to break through. Wang Yong almost couldn't wait to use the sky measuring ruler to measure his spiritual power cultivation base. 11,000 degrees, this intensity has actually exceeded the master of the Darching stage who has just been promoted. Of course, all the data was just a reference. Except for indicating the strength of the spiritual power, it could not explain anything. But Wang Yong already had confidence again, especially when he found that his spiritual power strength had exceeded the standard of the Darching stage. Master Ancestor, maybe if you want to break through with all your heart, there will be some obstacles. It's better to be busy with something else, maybe you can be distracted and relax. Yang Chen then began to entice Wang Yong. How about refining a life source magic weapon? Chunyang Palace was not a big sect, so there were not many real high-level magic weapons. Although Wang Yong had already barely entered the peak Yuanying stage from the late Yuanying stage with the help of Yang Chen, he did not have a real life source magic weapon. In his previous life, Wang Yong did not even enter the Darching stage, and he had been wandering in the Yuanying stage, and died with hatred. Because of the troubles in his cultivation, Wang Yong still cared about refining a life source magic weapon. But now it was different. With the help of Yang Chen, Wang Yong entering the Darching stage was no longer a dream, and even ascending was not something that was out of reach. At this time, a life source magic weapon could reflect the aura of a master after the breakthrough. Life source magic weapon. Wang Yong shook his head with a wry smile. There are no suitable materials to refine it now. Master Ancestor, this disciple has something, please have a look at it. When Yang Chen heard Wang Yong's words, he immediately said with a smile.